everybody. I see Amy and Frostbit is here this morning. Queen 530, Jennifer and Sarah's tuning in. We have folks over on YouTube watching as well. Good morning, everybody. Hey, Sue, I see you over there on YouTube. So this morning I'm making Valentine squares. I'm super excited about these. They are so cute. So normally you guys make these little hearts and we use them as appliques and you sew them onto things or maybe use them for amigurumi. But what I decided to do, I was thinking about, I want to make a Valentine square. And I thought, I don't want to sew it on. I want to somehow incorporate it into the square itself. And so it got my wheels kind of turning. And what I did is I incorporated this little heart applique and instead I crocheted it right into the square. And then I was just playing around with some colors. It's a great way to like use up some scraps if you've got some scraps. And I thought, what a fun way to, Valentine's is coming. Maybe I could make a wheelchair blanket with some Valentines on it. Might be kind of cute. So then I thought, well, I better come on and show the folks how I'm doing these because they're really, really cute. And they look complicated, right? They look kind of intricate, but really they're not. So, anyhow, I hope everybody had a marvelous Christmas. Mama C is here. Good morning, Carol. Hey, Jennifer. Everybody's tuning in. Carol said, I made another earwormer from your YT stream. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, we made earwormers, what, last week, I guess? So, anyhow, pretty fun. So, I peeled out a couple colors of pink that I had over in my stash. These are just Red Heart Super Saver. I'm using a 4-weight acrylic and I'm using an I9 hook, but I thought we would do Pretty in Pink. Lovely, lovely color. And this one is also Red Heart Super Saver. What is this one? This one is Baby Pink. And then I've got red laying around because I've been doing Christmas projects. And so, anyhow, I'm really excited to kind of show you guys these today. So the way that we start out is we start out making one of these little hearts. And guys, I will tell you, there is not a tutorial on this yet. However, I'm off work today, as most of you guys know. My plan is after I get off the live, I'm going to make a full tutorial of this and I'll put it on both TikTok and over on YT. So without further ado, I'm going to make it in this lighter pink color, this baby pink. I think it'll possibly show up better on the live. Um, and we're just going to get started with this and I'll kind of walk you through it. But you'll have to tune back in because I definitely will have some kind of a tutorial full of how to do this. Okay. And like I said, I'll put it on both platforms for you guys. So that's my mission for today. Um, Anyhow, good morning, everybody. So I start with a magic ring. And the way that I do my magic rings a little different. So however you guys do your magic ring, that's what I would recommend. I start with a chain of 3 into my magic ring. So I kind of do it like that, and then that counts as my first. And then I do 1, 2. So there's my quote chain of 3, if you will. Now I'm making the heart. And when you're making this heart, it's kind of hard to visualize. But basically, this chain of 3 is this bottom part right here. So here's our magic ring in the middle. We're working around the heart like this, and then we're going to come back around and attach it to itself. So it's kind of a little backwards from what you would think. Okay, so now I'm going to put in a treble crochet. Some people call these triples, however you call them is fine. And we're going to do a total of 3 treble crochets right into this magic ring. So again, as we're looking at this, let me pull out some yarn here, guys. Brand new skein. It's got me on a tight leash this morning. So again, this is the very top of our heart, the very center. Now I'm working down towards the point. So after we have our 3 trebles, then I'm going to do 2 double crochets. And there is a full tutorial on my both my TikTok and YouTube already if you do not know how to make one of these hearts. Now I'm to the very point and I'm going to do a treble for the point, okay? So there's our treble. Now I'm going to work the other side of the heart back up. So I'm going to do everything essentially in reverse. So we're going to do a double crochet, another double crochet. So you need 2 of these. And now we're going to do, again, 3 treble crochets or triples, however you want to call them. I call them trebles, but it's the same thing. So treble crochets, okay? So now you can kind of see this is starting to take shape now. This is the bottom of our little heart. And then here we are at the top. Now, when we started out, we did this chain of 3. So we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to chain 3, 1, 2, and 3. And now I'm going to join with a slip stitch into this magic ring. So just pull that through. And normally, if you're making a heart applique, you would end here, you would snip off. We're going to not snip off yet. Okay, so I will explain here in just a minute. I am going to close my magic ring and kind of cinch this up. But there is our little heart now, if you guys can see that. So cute little heart. So this is the very center of our square that we made. Okay, so like I said, I'm not going to snip this off. I'm going to leave this loop. I'm going to come back and use this. But what I need to do is I need to deal with this tail. So a lot of times on the live, I don't weave in my tails. Hey, Amanda, good morning. Jen X says, show me your ring, please. We're going to make some more of these, Gen X. So I'll make some more down the road here. But let me keep working on this. So I'm going to weave in this tail and get it out of my way because this is kind of a smaller little heart here. And so, and what I found is I just weave it actually through the front. I can see it better here. So I just kind of go under some stitches with my darning needle and work this around a few times, and then I'll snip it off. We're just kind of trying to secure this. The center is pretty secure with it being a magic ring, but I wouldn't want that to come loose. So anyhow, I'm just going to work this a couple of times. And now I'm going to snip this off and get this out of our way. Okay, so there is our little heart. The little treble here is kind of the center of it. And here we have our little loop that we're going to continue to use. So what we need to do now is we need to take this little heart and we need to be able to attach a square to it. And this looks kind of complicated, but it's really not. So if we pull this to the side, we can see here, these are double crochets. So just like you would do a granny square, we do 3 double crochets, chain 2, 3 double crochets. And we've done that a total of 4 times because the square has 4 sides. So what my mission is now is I need to make some loops around the back of this heart so that way I have room to work these crochets and begin my square. So here's a little example I made up this morning. So you can kind of envision what it is we're going for, okay? So basically, I have attached this. I'm going to show you guys how to do this, but we have 4 little sections here of chain. So now, as I'm ready to work the white yarn, I will be working into these 4 different sides. So that's what we're going to accomplish right now. So I'm going to put my hook back in my loop here, and I'm going to turn my work. And the thing I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to mark this with some stitch markers and make it a little easier for that way I know where to place these. Okay, maybe I shouldn't put my hook back in yet. So if we look, this was the very center of the heart. So I'm going to get my stitch markers and I'm going to mark 4 different spots here on the heart. So again, here is the very center. I'm going to do the one immediately to the left with a stitch marker. Then I'm going to do the same, the one that's immediately to the right with a stitch marker. So again, I'm just trying to identify these so I know where I'm going to put where I'm going to attach it. Now here at the top, I'm going to attach it to this one and this one. So right past the chain here, here's the chain of 3. Here's our second one down. I'm going to work in this one here. This way it's kind of balanced, right? And then I'm going to do the same thing over here on this side. We'll put another stitch marker in. So now I have identified the 4 stitches on the back of the heart where I'm going to attach this chain structure that I'm making. So now let's put our hook back in. I'm going to cinch this up. And what I'm going to do is when you look at the back of these stitches, I want to go under 2 of the bars. I don't want it to be way out here. I want it to be up here close to the center. So if you look in here, you can see there's a stitch and there's a stitch. So there's kind of 2 that are 2 bars that are kind of up here towards the center. And so what I'm going to do is I have to use my thumbnail here and I slide each one of those onto my hook. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a loop and pull it through and do a slip stitch. Okay, so now this working yarn is attached to that stitch there. Then I'm going to chain 2, 1 and 2, and now I'm going to move to this next stitch here, this blue one that I have marked. And again, I'm going to work not out here at the very tip, but in these little stitches that are up here towards the top. And you kind of have to, you know, like I said, I have to use my thumbnail to kind of get these to slide on because this is tight in here. But that's what you want, because as you're working on the back of this square, you need this square to be attached very tight to your heart. If you get these chains too big and loose, then this will be really sloppy and your heart is not going to sit flush to your square how this is. It's going to be kind of all over the place. So keeping these really tight and small is very important. So again, I'm going to drag my loop through. And again, I'm just going to do a slip stitch. Okay. Now I'm going to chain 2. And now I'm going to look for this next stitch that I marked here. And again, I'm going to slide my hook under those 2 stitches that are up here towards the front. And just kind of get your hook under there. Sometimes I have to use the scissors to help me. That's fine. Just whatever you need to poke through under there. Then I'm going to draw a loop through and again, draw it through again and do a slip stitch. Okay. So now it's kind of hard to see. This is pretty small, but we've created a loop here and a loop here. So we have 2. Now I'm going to, again, chain 2, 1 and 2. And now I'm looking for the next stitch marker, which is up here. And then I'm going to go under those 2 bars again. So slide your hook underneath those 2 bars. Grab your loop, pull it through, and again, pull it straight through as a slip stitch. So there's our 3rd little section. Now I need to chain 2. And now I'm back here to the beginning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a slip stitch under this one that we created earlier. So I'm just going to attach this and complete the circle, if you will. Okay, so drag this through and drag it through again. And now I'm going to snip off. So I'm going to snip, pull this out, and I'm going to cinch this up really nice and tight. Okay, so it kind of looks like a knotted up mess here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to reposition these stitch markers. Okay, so I pop it out here and I move it to this chain section that we made. Same thing here, move this one. So now I'm identifying where those stitches are that I'm going to be doing in the square. And here's number 4. Okay, so now those are the 4 places where we're going to attach and make these stitches here, our little double crochets to create this square. Okay, so again, you can see they're nice and tight. Now here's what the front still looks like. Completely disguised, you can't tell at all that we made that chain structure. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to weave in this last little tail here. Did I put away my needle? Oh, here it is. I'm going to lose my needle. I need to put this away. So get your darning needle. And I really recommend you guys weave in these tails. Like I said, normally I don't even do this on the live, but it matters. It matters on these little heart squares because once you start attaching the white to it and creating the square itself, you don't want this tail interfering with that, and it will be really hard to come back and weave this in later. And guys, we're going to make a few of these today. I don't have to work today, so and then I will, of course, publish this video over on YT so you can come back and watch it later. But I am going to try to do a full tutorial of this today as well. So that'll be coming along the way. And I see lots of new followers popping off and over here on TikTok. Welcome, welcome to all the new followers. And I see gifts flying and hearts flying. Thank you guys all so much for joining me here. I am going to be talking a lot about stitches today. And so I will miss some of the comments. If you're a new follower, and I missed your comment, please, please do not take it personally. I really don't like how this YouTube is focusing. Let me see if I can move this a little bit. It's like focusing on all this crap I have everywhere. Let me try to move this around. Get reset up here, guys. Sorry. So anyhow, there, that's a little better on YouTube. Okay, sorry, had to adjust. Anyhow, for those that don't know me, my name is April, and I come on live every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday mornings. Normally, I'm on at 7 o'clock Central Time. Today, I'm a little later because I don't have to work today. And what we're making are these heart squares. Little Valentine square. Be my Valentine. So anyhow, I'm super excited about them. Yeah, thanks, Amy. YouTube was really having a hard time focusing. It was kind of weird. Here's the pink one. So we have finished our little heart. And now what we're going to do is we're going to start with our white and actually create this square that this heart is crocheted into. So as you can see here, we made 4 spaces. And in each of these spaces, we're going to do just like we do a granny square. So we do 3 double crochets, chain 2, 3 double crochets. Then we're going to move to the next space here and do the same thing. And we're going to do that a total of 4 times to make it a square. Okay. So here is our little heart. Now, one thing is very important when you're doing these hearts, uh, you will instinctively want to turn your work and work from this side. And I have done that a number of times. You need to remember to work from the front here. So this heart, the pretty side is facing you. And then work, kind of pull the heart down. I got to get my white, guys. Sorry. Where is my yarn at? Okay, here's my white. So make sure this pretty side is facing you as you are doing this, okay? Let me get these out of the way here. So we're going to look for this first stitch marker, and that's where we're going to begin working. So I'm going to start with a slip knot on my hook, and I'm going to do a standing double crochet. Now you don't have to do a standing double crochet. You could tie on and just do a chain of 3. But into this first grouping here, I'm going to remove my stitch marker, and then under this loop here, I'm going to do my standing double crochet. So there's number 1. Now again, this little loop structure that we made is very tight, okay? But we need to get all the stitches in there. It's tight by design, so that way it'll sit nice and close to the heart itself. Sorry, I've got too much stuff going on here. Okay, so there's number 2. Now we need number 3. Then we're going to chain 2. Just keep kind of pulling these to the side as best you can. And now we need 3 more double crochets. So this is the first corner of our square. Okay, so there it is there. So again, we're working into that first chain, and we did 3 double crochets, chain 2, 3 double crochets. Now immediately I'm going to move to the next section and remove this stitch marker, and then do the exact same thing into this one. So we need 3 double crochets. And you guys, you don't have to mark them with the stitch markers. I do that on the live just to kind of make it easier for you guys to see exactly what I'm doing. However you need to, work this. If you don't you don't have to use the stitch markers if you're beyond that, right? This project is probably what I would consider like an intermediate crocheter project. And I know we have a lot of beginners on here. I'm not trying to discount the beginners, but it is a little bit more complex. Okay, so now I remove the next stitch marker, and now we're going to do 3 double crochets into this next section. And then again, chain 2, and now 3 more into that same chain space. Okay, now here's our final stitch marker. Pop this little guy out. Now I'm going to again do 3 double crochets. Okay, and then chain 2 and 3 double crochets. And this is our last grouping of these. Kimberly, welcome, welcome. I will show you all what I'm making in just one second. Let me finish this up. Okay, so there is our last little section. So if we look, pull the heart to the side, can you see how it's kind of a square now? So what I need to do now is I need to join this section here, and I need to work myself over into this corner. So the way I do that is I just do a slip stitch in the top of each of these stitches. And now here I am in the corner. Okay, so let me drag this up a little bit and I'll show you guys in more detail. So I kind of get my square. So obviously my heart is kind of wadded up, but I have that on purpose to kind of show you. So can you see now, these are going to be our corners, okay? And then if I flatten out my heart, there is my heart now on the square, okay? So now what we're going to do is we're going to continue working around and add these other rows and stuff. Okay, so again, here's what we just finished on this one. So now we're ready to start this next row. And this is a very easy row again. So you can see here in the corners, we did 2 double crochets, chain 2, 2 double crochets. And then all I did was a double crochet in each of these stitches. So this is the uh, Be My Valentine square, or whatever you want to call it. It's a heart granny square. Um, and so here's the red version. And now we're doing a little light pink version. I did the light pink because it's easier to see on the feed. And don't worry, guys, we're going to do a few of these. And Kimberly said she missed the heart part. Don't worry. I'm going to make full tutorial of this. I'm off of work today, so that's kind of on my agenda, if you will, on my day off to make one of these and kind of document what I'm doing. And then I'll post it both on YT and on TikTok. Okay, guys? Okay, so let's cinch this back up. And now I'm going to do in the corners, I'm going to do 2 double crochets, chain 2, 2 double crochets. Okay, so my first stitch here, I'm going to do a chain of 3. That counts as a double crochet. Now into this corner space, I'm going to do another double crochet. Then I'm going to chain 2, and then I'm going to do 2 more double crochets. So whenever I do my granny squares, I always do a chain of 2 in the corners. Now, if I was not doing a stitch in every one, I would have done 3 in these corners. But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to work along the side here, and I'm just going to put a double crochet in each stitch. Now, if you're a new crocheter, this double crochet here, sometimes people will miss. This is actually the first stitch out. So the top of this double crochet always sits over here to the right. So I'm going to go in there and I'm just going to do a double crochet. And then I'm going to move along into each stitch, making a double crochet along this side. So I'm just trying to get this bigger, right? And move the white away from the pink, and I'm just adding a row here. So the first row we did it kind of sits behind the heart, right? And you can kind of fold this up, but it's really secure on the back. Here's what it looks like on the back. I didn't show that part, but it's really nice, and It's secure. It's not floppy. It's really sits flush. Okay. So now here I am to the corner again. In the corner, I'm going to do 2 double crochets, again, chain 2, and then 2 double crochets. And then again, I'm just going to continue working along the edge here. Now again, keep in mind, this is the stitch here. The top of this stitch is not here. Pull this back to reveal the top of the stitch here. Okay. And then again, a double crochet along the top. So good morning, everybody who's coming on. Hang on, let me turn down my heating pad. It's getting a little toasty. I'm just going to turn it off here. And I see lots of new followers. Thank you all so much for the follows. For those that are new, my name is April, and I come on live every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday mornings. Typically, I come on at 7 Central Time. Today, I'm off of work, so I came on at 8, and I'll be on for a while making these squares, guys. As long as people are interested, I have really no plans for today. My husband is at work. So for once, I don't really feel rushed. I don't know how long I'll be on. I'll just go until, people are not watching kind of thing. Anyhow, that's kind of a little bit about me, but my name is April, and I'm glad you guys all found us. It is a fabulous little community that we have here. And guys, I wanted to thank everyone for the support. Obviously, you can tell I'm kind of in a better frame of mind today than I was on Christmas Eve. But I just wanted to thank everybody who was on that live with me that showed me so much love and support. And I really appreciate it. It meant the world to me. And I know I missed a lot of the comments on that live. And for those that don't know, I do go back and I read every single comment from every live that I do. And I saw people talking about, losing their loved ones, losing their dad, losing, a grandparent, and just that great loss that I was feeling on Tuesday. And so, I am feeling better today. Um, I am, of course, still thinking a lot about my dad as it is the holidays. But anyhow, your support meant the world to me, guys. So thank you so much. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I want to make sure I get all these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And what I'm referring to, for those that don't know, that are like, huh, what is she talking about? My father passed away on Saturday morning. And so my live on Tuesday, I'm not going to lie, I was a hot mess. And I thought about canceling it, but one of the things that you guys will learn about me is I'm just very real. And I think the thing that's really cool is you guys talk a lot about how this is a safe space, but it goes both ways, right? Try to create a safe space for all of you guys, but you guys also create a safe space for me. And I really appreciate that. I wouldn't be able to come on and, talk about such a extreme loss, if it wasn't for all of you guys. So um I'm really appreciative. And I'm Amy, I'm glad I didn't cancel it either. It was very healing for me to just come on and talk about how I was feeling. A lot of times we kind of bottle it up, and I'm notorious. I'm not a very sharing kind of person. I know that seems really weird to you guys because I get on here and yap for hours. But typically in my personality, that's not my personality. And so I had to get a new hook thing going here, guys. Sorry, bear with me. So anyhow, it was really cool, and I just wanted to say thank you guys all for the support. And I went back, like I said, I go back every time and I read all of your guys' comments, and each and every one of you, it means so much to me, and it's really cool. So thank you guys so much for that support, and thank you for supporting each other. Is Texas Whiskey in the house? Good morning, Texas Whiskey. Okay, so there's our little square so far. So let's go back and revisit our pattern here and see what we've got to do next. So you can see this is where we're at right now. Now I know it looks a little different on our pink one here because what we're going to do is we're going to add the pink where this red was. And again, this looks kind of complicated, but it's not. So in the corners, we did 2 half doubles, chain 2, 2 half doubles. Then along the side here, we did a back post half double crochet. And that's what created this little line of texture. Okay. So we're going to do that now, and we're going to do that with the pink. So I'm going to go ahead and snip off here and tie this down because I don't need this anymore, this white for now. Let's get rid of this. And now I'm going to add on this pink, okay? So again, and you guys, you can mix and match this too. Like if you wanted this a light pink and this a dark pink, there's no rules. You can do however you want to do it. I'm just going to keep it the same consistent color, just so you guys can kind of see what I'm doing. Okay, so I'm going to start with a slip stitch onto my hook. And then I'm just going to pick any corner. One of the things I like to do when I do my granny squares, um, if I ended the corner here, then what I try to do is pick a different corner and work into that corner. So I'm going to do a standing half double crochet into this corner. If you can't do a standing half double crochet, that's fine. Just, you guys want to see how to do a standing half double? I can show you. For those that don't know, this is how I do it. You don't have to do it this way. You could just tie on and do a chain. So I put my slip knot on my hook. Okay. Now, the one thing when you're doing a standing crochet, you have to hold this tail here. If you don't hold this tail, when you try to grab up that loop, it'll just keep spinning. See how that's spinning? So what you have to do is secure this tail, however you need to do that. I hold it here in this thumb and my pincher finger, and then I wrap my loop around. So this tension allows this not to spin. And then I put my hook through the hole. Now I take, and this, I need my hand free to make this stitch. So what I do is I twist my hand, and now I transfer the job of holding this tail to my thumb. Then I grab up my loop, and then I yarn over and I pull through all three. If you don't transfer the holding or hold it somehow, this will again spin off. So that's how we do a standing double crochet. Now I'm going to do another half double, chain two, and now again into that same corner space, half double. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to work a back post half double along each of the sides here. Okay. So normally when you do a half double crochet, you would go into the top of the stitch here into these loops. So I would put my hook under and I would go under these bars. For this, we're not going to do that. We're going to wrap our yarn around, and then I put my thumb here and kind of hold this. I put my work forward and I go behind the stitch underneath the bar. So the bar is literally sitting on top of my hook. Then I grab up a loop without it coming off. And then I yarn over and pull through all three. Okay. So instead of on the top of the stitch here, it's going around the post. This is called a back post half double crochet. So we're going to do a bunch of these. Yarn over. I hold my thumb here, kind of pull this down so I can get this part of my hook free. I go underneath the post, in this side, out the other, so it's sitting on top, grab a loop, pull it up, and then I yarn over and pull through all three. Yarn over, again, put my work forward, go underneath that post, grab that loop, pull it up, yarn over, pull through all three. So the reason why we like to do back post is because it puts this awesome line of texture. So you can see it here in the hot pink. It shows it a lot better. The light pink is more subtle, but this is what we're creating. So you can see the hot pink stitches went around the post. Here they are on top, and then it made this really cool line of texture. Same thing here. You can see the hot pink or the light pink down here below. And then here's that line of texture. And we're going to do that the whole way down. Um, Sorry, guys, I'm missing a lot of comments today. Hopefully the mods are able to help answer some questions. Um, Susan, thank you so much. Yeah, this was my biological father that passed on Saturday. He was 82 years old, and he passed from cancer. He was definitely um, he was in a lot of pain, and so he's certainly in a better place. But when I came on the live on Tuesday, I was really it was really still very difficult for me to talk about it. Today I've we've let everybody know in the family. We've announced it on social media. I've kind of told all of you guys. I've told my family and friends, and so I'm kind of mentally worked through it and processed it a little more. Doesn't mean that I'm not still grieving the loss of my dad. I'm not. I still am very much in this mourning process. And if I start thinking about it and talking about stuff, I do start tearing up. And so I'm not completely through it, but I'm definitely a heck of a lot better today than I was on Tuesday. You all let me snot and cry all over you. So it was really good for me, though. It was very healing, just to hear your guys' stories and all of the support. It was really great. So much in this world feels so cold, and the part that has been just amazing with me coming on TikTok is I can't get over the amount of love and support from all of you guys here. Not just for my crochet, but just for me personally and for each other. It's really cool. It's really cool to see because you kind of don't feel that sometimes. You go to the grocery store and people are like, "Why are you looking at me? Don't look in my direction." And I don't feel that here. It's really cool, and it goes both ways, right? You guys make it safe for me to come on and say, I'm sure if somebody, it's not to say that it's always going to be rosy, right? There's going to be always haters and stuff. That's just part of life. I'm sure Anvil and Gen X will quickly show them the door. But in general, we've not had any of those problems, knock on wood. Everybody is really kind and caring here. And it's really cool. It's really cool to see. It's really amazing. So anyhow, I'm here to the corner. So you can see I finished this whole row now of the back post half double. So in the corner, we're going to do half double, and we're going to do this twice, two half doubles, chain two, and then two half doubles. Now here we are to the side again. So again, I'm just going to continue working my back post half double crochets. So I wrap my yarn around, put my work forward, go under the loop, grab up a loop, or under the post, I mean, grab up a loop, and then yarn over and pull through all three. Again, wrap my yarn around, put my work forward, look for the post, slide my hook under the post, grab up a loop, yarn over, pull through all three. This is a back post half double crochet. Wrap my yarn around, look for that post, slide my hook under, grab up a loop, yarn over, and pull through all three. 4.6 thousand likes. Thank you guys so much for tapping your screens today. I appreciate all of the love. I hope you guys are liking this little Valentine. It's so adorable. I'm super excited. I'm excited. You could do these in so many different colors. Um, and I love when I start getting this texture on it. Oh man, it geeks me out. It really geeks me out. Um, so anyhow, I think what I'm going to do is maybe make this for a wheelchair size blanket. So I need to make a bunch more of these hearts because I only have three made, guys. So I have a number of these to make. It probably won't be the last time I come on the live and make these. But I'm sure, and for those that don't know, I'm going to make a tutorial of this as well. And so I really appreciate that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. All the new followers. My name is April, and I come on live every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday mornings, typically at 7 a.m. Today I'm off of work, and so I came on a little later. I thought I was going to sleep in. I slept in till 4:30, so I guess that's sleeping in. I don't know. Jennifer, thank you so much for the heart puffs. Thank you, thank you. Um, Merry late Christmas. Yeah, I hope everybody had a nice Christmas holiday, and Hanukkah's going on. If you're celebrating Hanukkah, I hope your Hanukkah has started out nice. Um, and so it's that time of year. And today, guys, I'm making a heart granny square. And so anyhow, I'm doing this little pink in the corners here. We do 2 half doubles, chain 2, and then 2 half doubles. And anyhow, one thing I wanted to talk to you all about while I work on these half doubles is, I started coming live in July. And for those that don't know, I'm not a professional crocheter. Okay, I'm just a hobby crocheter. My first time was July 5th, and we're coming up on the end of the year. And never in my wildest dreams did I think I would have the amount of support that you all have given and all of the different followers. It's been really humbling and amazing. And one of the things I was talking to Mama Wheeler about is I am coming up on the 10,000 mark of followers. I think we hit 9,500 last week. Anvil probably knows I've been a little out of it the last few days. But one of the things I wanted to do is when we reach 10,000, I want to do a celebration kind of giveaway. And what I'm going to give away is a blocking board. And the one that I have is a really nice blocking board. I really like it. I got it on Amazon, and it's like $50 or something like that. I don't have any sponsors or anything, but I just wanted to kind of say thanks. And one of the ways that I'm going to do that is by doing the 10,000 follower giveaway of a blocking board. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a video when it's 10,000 that'll be, something like thanks for the 10,000 followers, kind of a celebration type post. Okay. Um, what I will do is I will use the comment picker off of YouTube or excuse me, off of TikTok. This will be a TikTok video. And I will pick one winner from all of the comments. Again, I'm not going to advertise this, guys. It's just if you hear about it on the live and you want to, share with your friends or whatever. I'm not going to make any video or anything that says I'm giving something away because then we just get a bunch of spam and crappy people trying to interfere with our little fabulous group here. So I will make a 10,000 subscriber video that says thanks for 10,000 or something like that. And then I will, of course, let you all know, and then you can go on there and you can like and comment, and then they have the little comment picker thing that we can use to pick the winner, and that's going to be my little thank you for the 10,000 followers. So again, I can't believe that I'm having a talk about 10,000 followers. I don't think we'll get there by the end of the year. That's kind of a lot to get. I think we need like another 500 followers or something, but it'll definitely be in January. I suspect we'll hit 10,000. So anyhow, for me it just means a lot, and I just wanted to do a little something to like say thank you guys because it's really cool, and I love the little uh, blocker board. Texas Whiskey said we are 355 away from 10,000. Who would have thought that? I came on in July, August, September, October, November, just in 5 months to have 10,000 followers. I know there's people that blow it up big on TikTok, and but I didn't think that I would be one that would even ever get more than like 1,000. So anyhow, it's going to be a really, really good giveaway. For the person who asked, I I started learning. I learned to crochet from Mama Wheeler and my grandma. And Mama Wheeler is here on the chat on TikTok for those that don't know her. And so that's who taught me to crochet. And I learned when I was 10. I turned 49 this year. Maybe I was 9. I don't know. I've been crocheting for like 40 years. So, I'm not a professional crocheter. This is not my job. I have a full 9 to 5 job. I just come on here and crochet with my friends. So, that's kind of a little bit about me. But so we finished the pink now. Okay. If we look at this, we can see we finished this little pink row. So now we're going to do this very next row here. There's only 2 more rows left of this square. I did a half double crochet around this row. I did 2 half doubles in the corner, chain 2 half doubles, and then the final row I did a row of single crochets. Guys, if you don't like doing half doubles, you could do double crochet here. You don't have to do a half double if you feel more comfortable with that. Now the thing is, see how there's this line of texture here? Can you see it better on this one? See this line that is created? when I did these half double crochets, I went in the back loop only. And I have a very specific way that I do these, and I'm going to show you guys. But that's how you get this line of added texture. So that way we have pink on the bottom, white in the middle, and then this kind of cool line here. Okay. So I'm going to start with a slip knot on my hook. Okay. And in the corner here, again, I'm going to pick a different corner. I ended on this corner here. So it's really good if you can turn your work and pick a different corner. And then I'm going to, oh, the other thing I was going to say, guys, about the giveaway, you got to be subscribed to me too. You got to be a sub. Okay. I think that kind of goes without saying, but maybe I need to say that. Okay, so into the corner here, I'm going to do a half double. I'm going to do a standing half double. So again, I'm holding the tail. You can see I've wrapped my yarn around the hook. So I secure this tail so it doesn't spin. Wrap my yarn around. I go down into the space here, drag up a loop, and then I yarn over and pull through all three. And that is your half double crochet. Hang on one second, guys. I want to change the scroll. We might be here for a little bit today. I don't know why this thing sometimes doesn't work very well. Let's do some roses. Okay, confirm. Hopefully that worked. Okay, so now I need another half double here in the corner. Okay, so 2 half doubles, chain 2, and then I'm going to do another 2 half doubles in this corner. Okay, so now I'm going to start working along the side of this square. The one thing I like to do with these when I'm going along the side and I'm working in the back loop only, I do not go into this first stitch. I do not like that. So I skip over this one and I'm going to work in the back loop only of this stitch here. Now, if you're new to crochet, when you look at crochet stitches, you have the bar that faces you. This is called the front loop. The one that is away from you is called the back loop. Normally, when you do a crochet stitch, you would put your hook and go under both of these bars, okay? What I'm saying is I'm not going to go in the one that's facing me. I'm going to skip him, and I'm going to work only in this bar in the back. And I'm going to show you guys how I do these because it's a little different, okay? So normally when you work a back loop only half double crochet, you would yarn over, go put your hook underneath that bar and then draw up a loop and then yarn over and pull through all three. Now, the thing that I don't like, see how high this pulled up? I don't like how that does that. And so what I do, when you look at a half double crochet, if we look at it from the back, here is the 2 loops, or here are the 2 loops, okay? A half double crochet has what is called the 3rd loop. If we look on the side here, this is the 3rd loop. Again, we're looking at it from the back. So what I'm going to do is instead of working in just this loop here that pulls it up like this, I am going to go under both these stitches, the back loop and the 3rd loop. So let's pull out this stitch that I did. See how it's, again, pulling up pretty far. And let's do the stitch a little differently. So I'm going to go under that back loop. Then I'm going to kind of turn my work and I'm going to put it under the 3rd loop. Then I'm going to draw up my loop. I forgot to yarn over. Rewind. Under the back loop, under the 3rd loop, draw up a loop, and then yarn over and pull through all 3. Do you see how that sits more snug against this work and doesn't get all like wonky? I don't know what else to call it. So here's one if you go in just the back loop only. So I yarn over, go in the back loop, pull up a loop. See how that pulls up? Do you see the difference? If you go in the 3rd loop, like I'm saying, it helps keep that nice and secure. So here's under the back loop and then under the 3rd loop. And you'll get the hang of this as you're doing it. It'll come much easier. I can do it without even turning my work. I can just feel it. You kind of develop a sense of it. And what I'm doing is I'm just working a half double crochet the whole way down. So again, the reason we're working in the back loop only is because we want to see this line of texture. It's just adding some dimension to our square. So again, yarn over, go under the back loop. You can kind of turn it on your side there. There's the third loop, and then draw up your loop. Uh, Saws, and I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. It says, uh, I like it that way much better. It feels more secure. Exactly. It definitely like I don't I really dislike going under one loop only. It just doesn't feel, I feel like it gets kind of like stretched out and kind of wonky. I know if you're doing stuff like cuffs on a sweater or something, or maybe if you're doing like a brim on a beanie, you want to have that stretch, right? So there are times where that is important. But in this case, that's not what we're trying to go for. Okay, so again, I'm going to do the last stitch here. And now I'm over here to the corner. So in the corner, now we're just going to do 2 half doubles, chain 2, and then 2 half doubles. So there you can kind of see how that, these will kind of tame down a little bit when I don't have it all wadded up in my hand. Um, and you can kind of see it better on the hot pink. The next square I do, I'll do the darker pink that I have over here, and then you'll be able to see it a little better. So again, as I'm doing these, technically this is the first stitch out. I skip this one when I'm doing my half doubles like this. I don't include it. I know that's kind of like breaking the rules, but you know, they're my squares, whatever. So call the crochet police. April's breaking the rules. So again, I'm going to go under the back loop and under the third loop, and then yarn over and pull through all 3. So yarn over, here's the back loop, push your hook straight down, grab that third loop and pull it up, and then yarn over and pull through all 3. Yarn over. Is Donna on this morning? Has anybody seen Donna? I sent her a message. Donna was the winner of our December giveaway, and I haven't had a message back from her. She might be on holiday or something since it is Christmas. But if Donna, if you are in the chat here over on TikTok, you are our big winner for December, and your prize is the contemporary. What is it called? The Granny Square Source Book. I love that book. It has 100 motifs. So Donna, if you're in the house, send me back a DM and let me know your address, because you were our big winner. And I, guys, for January, I haven't decided what the I haven't decided what is going to be the giveaway for January yet. So if you guys have if you have a recommendation of what you'd like for the January subscriber giveaway, can you DM me, all of you subscribers, if you have something in particular you would like. I like to keep it in the like $20 range. I'm not completely loaded. You know, I work hard, but I like to give a little something back. So kind of in the 20-ish range, 25-ish, if you will. If you're a subscriber, just let me know if there's something that you're definitely interested, that's kind of been on your wish list, and let me know, and we can kind of get that set up. But thank you for all the new subscribers this morning. I see lots of you popping up here. I assume I'm hitting the FYP this morning, because I'm seeing so many new followers. So if you found me on the FYP, can you let me know the For You page? Um, Let me know if you're finding me there, because I love it when we're on the FYP. I get to see lots of and meet lots of new people. So you've found the right spot. This is a fabulous little crochet group we have here. But if you are new, my name is April. I'm not a professional crocheter. I just come on here live every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday mornings. Over it found us on the FYP. Margaret found us. Hillary. Chris, welcome, welcome. Lex Hannah found us. So cool. Ivory is here this morning from the FYP. Welcome, welcome, everybody. I'm so glad. It's really cool. We're working on some Valentine granny squares. I've been working so much on Christmas projects, but these Valentines are just super cute. And so if you're just hopping on, this is what we're making. We're making the Be Mine Valentine granny square. And I will have a full tutorial of this both on TikTok and over on YT eventually. Here's the red. It's a great way to eat up some scraps. If you have scrap, like kind of a scrap buster, you could do it with white. You could do all different colors with this. And so I'm just kind of showing it this morning. It's not the last time. I'm sure I'll make this some more because I want to make like a lap blanket to donate, like a wheelchair size to give over to Sabre Healthcare. I thought it might be kind of fun. Of course, we're already almost through December here, so I got to make a lot of these heart squares if I'm going to get this blanket in time for Valentine's. But if I don't get it this year, I could save it for next year. It's not a. I try not to put those pressures on myself. Joyce said, "I never knew what FYP meant." Yeah, it's the For You page. So on TikTok, it is where they recommend. So what happens is there's what's called an algorithm, right? And it's the brains of TikTok, if you will. And what it does is it says, here, for example, Amy is on here. Okay. Amy is one of our subscribers and she knows me very well. And maybe one of you guys like the same people that Amy likes, right? So if Amy gets on there and she likes crocheter and she follows that kind of content, the algorithm, this I'm explaining on a very, very basic level here, guys. I'm not a programmer or anything, right? But it says, hey, this person liked this content and this person liked this content. This person likes April. Maybe we should recommend that, Alice over here, who also likes what Amy likes, she might like April. So we're going to put April on Alice's FYP and see if it's a match. And so that's basically how the algorithm works in my understanding. Now, there's different ways that boost it up. As you see the hearts flying on the screen over here on the right on TikTok, those hearts are people that are liking the live, right? They're interacting with the live and they're saying, "Hey, we like this. This is a cool creator. She's doing fun stuff. We enjoy it." That helps increase the popularity of the video. And those are all tallied up here in the right hand corner. So you can see this morning we've had 8.6 thousand little hearts fly up the screen. And sometimes people don't even know how to make the hearts. You just hit your screen. And when you hit your screen, those little hearts, come flying up and then they get all tallied up here. The other thing that you can do is if you, have a friend or something, you can forward the video to them. So over here in the lower right hand corner, there's a little arrow to the right, and you can see there's 22 of those. So 22 people this morning have shared it out with one of their friends. And sometimes you don't have a friend, but that also helps boost up the how much people like um, the live. And so those are all tallied up. So those are kind of some basics of how the TikTok works. If you're new to TikTok, and there are new people to TikTok. When Mama Wheeler got on, I was kind of explaining to her how to do some of the things. So anyhow, we're finished with this round, okay? And this will flatten out, guys, as we get further along. What I'm going to do now is what I like to call a stabilizing row. And so if we look at the red version here, you can see this is our half double that we just finished. And now I'm going to do a row of single crochets. And like I said, I like to call that the stabilizing row. We've done a lot of texture around here. So when you come back and do a single crochet, it'll help to kind of firm up the edges, if you will. So the way that I do my single crochets, and again, this is kind of optional. You don't have to do this row, but I do a single crochet in the corner, chain two, and then I do another single crochet. And then what I do is I just do a single crochet in the top of each of these stitches. So I just put my hook under both bars and I just do a row of single crochet the whole way around. I got to pause for a puzzle here on TikTok. And it worked. So there we go. Yes, follows are free. So anyhow, thank you guys all so much for being here this morning. As soon as I get done with this single crochet row, I'm going to kind of fly through this, guys. It's kind of a boring row, but I want to finish this square. And once I get done with this, we are going to make another heart granny square from start to finish. Okay, so if you're just hopping on and you didn't get to see me make the little heart, that's not a problem. Just stick around a little bit and we're going to make some more heart granny squares. And like I said, I don't have to work today, guys. Normally I get off at 8:30 on my lives because I have to go do my real job. But this morning I really don't have any limitations. So I'll just stay on and make heart squares until people are kind of not interested anymore, or I get too tired, or I need a potty break or something, you know? But I got my coffee here this morning. The dog is over there asleep. It's kind of a rainy day here in Alabama. It was drizzling a little bit when I filled up the bird feeders. Oh my gosh, guys, I was watching the deer camera. For those that don't know, I'm in Northeast Alabama, and we have lots of wildlife and critters and stuff that come in. And it's kind of my other obsession, if you will, along with crocheting, is I absolutely love the deer and the wild birds and all that stuff. And so um, when I sit here and crochet on the couch, I can't see my bird feeders. So I was talking to Mama Wheeler one day and I said, I'm going to make it so that there is a camera on my bird feeders that I can live stream over on YT, and then I could put it on my TV and I can see my birds as they come in. And so other people watch my birds now too, but I like to put them up on my big TV in the living room. And it's just kind of fun. And so, anyhow, I liked it so much. Most of the time, the deer come in the morning, usually when I'm on the live. There's usually deer out there. And so, again, I was talking to Mama Wheeler and I said, I'm going to put up a deer camera. That way, when I miss seeing the deer on the live, I can rewind it and go back and watch the deer as they come into our little pile of corn for them here in Alabama. And so, anyhow, get back to my story. So, Christmas morning yesterday, I was crocheting, and I got to show you guys the new project that I'm working on. I've got it here to show you. I'll talk about that in a minute. I want to tell you guys about it before I start the new square. But anyhow, oh my gosh, the does have been coming in a lot. Okay, and all the babies from this year. We always have babies that come in, but there was a big old buck that came in yesterday, and he was like a 4x4. He was the most majestic creature. Gosh, he was beautiful. He was absolutely beautiful. And he just kind of hung out for a little bit, and he never went to the corn pile or anything. He was kind of keeping track of the ladies, as bucks tend to do. And but gosh, he was just so beautiful. And I was on the phone Christmas morning, of course, talking to Mama Wheeler, and I was like, oh my God, you have your TV on, you got to look at the TV, look at that deer. And so Mama Wheeler, of course, put hers on, and we just watched him. He was just so beautiful, and he hung out for quite a bit. It was so awesome. The only thing that would have been more awesome is if there was snow on the ground with the buck, but we didn't have any snow, so that's okay. It's been kind of warm here. So there is our little heart square we finished. And I have intentionally made these hearts go on the diagonal. And you guys will see this later on. When I get ready to sew these squares together, I will sew them on the diagonal. So they'll actually sew together like this, and they'll be like this when I put them all together. So that'll make the hearts kind of upright, and that's kind of how they'll all work out. So if you guys can kind of visualize that, but we have three colors now. They're pretty cute. So before I start on another heart, while I've got you guys all here, the size of the square here, if we want to measure it, today I'm using my lime green tape measure. I just love this tape measure. Who would have thought I'd get so much joy from a tape measure? So these are 5x5s. 5x5 is a great size for a granny square, in my opinion. So anyhow, um, how do you keep your yarn from unraveling? Do I have a bad quality yarn? Are you talking about when you tie it off here in the corner, it unravels? Let me know where it's unraveling. I'm not certain where that's happening. So guys, for today, I'm just using cheap yarn. I'm using this pink is Red Heart Super Saver, and it's the colorway Baby Pink. And the next one that I'm going to do is also Red Heart. This one is Pretty in Pink. But this is a 4-weight yarn, and I'm using a size I9 5mm hook. And I'm using white. So just the Red Heart cheapo white. Any 4-weight acrylic, if you've got, Karen 1 pounds, if you've got Hobby Lobby, I love this yarn, anything like that would be totally fine. You could do these in cotton as well and make like a market bag with them if you aren't interested in making a full blanket. So, like one of these market bags, instead of flowers, you could make the hearts. So you could make yourself a Valentine tote bag, right? You would just have to make the uh, squares. Okay, so you could do that too. I don't know. That might be too gaudy, but it might be kind of fun to tote around for Valentine's Day. Who knows? I don't know how you want to use these squares. If I was doing a tote bag like this, I would use I Love This Cotton from Hobby Lobby or an equivalent of their I Love This Cotton. So that's my favorite yarn to use for these market bags. It's what I would consider the closest equivalent to a 4-weight acrylic. Okay, let me put this back. So that's kind of how I would do it. And you could do all different colors. You could make blue hearts. There's nothing that says they have to be pink or red. It doesn't matter. Whatever floats your boat, as my dad used to say. Uh, I think definitely do that. So guys, I wanted to show you my latest blanket that I'm doing. It unravels as I'm trying to crochet. It's the same brand as the one you are using. Wow, I'm so the yarn split apart like this. So I think, yeah, I'm going to start another one of these squares, guys. If you're just coming on, I'm going to make another one of these. Okay, don't worry. But I want to tell you guys about this new blanket I'm making, just because I'm excited about it. I think if your yarn is unraveling, there's a couple different things. If you are using the wrong size hook, what will happen is you will what is called split your yarn. So basically, when you put your hook in and you grab up a loop, it will go in and you'll split it, and the fibers will like unravel, right? A lot of times when that happens is your hook is too small for the size yarn that you're using. So the first thing I would do is look at your yarn where it says right here, the size hook that you're using, make sure that your hook matches what your yarn is. So you can see here, mine is an I9, and that's a 5mm. They all kind of look different, but they'll say it. Typically, somewhere on your hook, it'll tell you. So that's the first thing I would do. Make sure that that matches. If it is unraveling or whatever, it could just be that it's a crappy skein of yarn. That does happen. And so what I would do is I would get another and just test and see if it's the yarn itself, because that has been known to happen. Okay, so guys, today I am making these Valentine squares. I'm going to make another one here in just a moment. We have a lot of new people that are just popping on. And so this is what we're making today. It's called the Be Mine Granny Square. And this is my original pattern. I will be making a tutorial later today that I will post both on TikTok and on my YT. My YT handle is the same, Wheeler 8 Acre. So this morning we already made this little pink one here, the light pink. I'm going to do it in a darker pink. And then we also have a red. Okay. So I'm going to be doing another one of those in just a moment, but I wanted to tell you guys about the pattern. So for those of you that were on the live on Tuesday, when I was talking about the loss of my father Saturday, his passing, a lot of you know that I made a new pattern that day of his death. And this is what it looks like. I made it in pink. This was my first draft of it, if you will. And I'm calling this the With Love pattern. And so it's a repeating pattern. It's a chevron, and I'm really, really excited about it. Um, Crochet is my therapy, as it is for many of you. And so as I was going through the emotions of all of that, my outlet for that is to crochet. And so I have taken the With Love pattern and I have made it into this is going to be the American Patriot blanket. This is a wheelchair size that will be for veterans. But I wanted to show you guys how it looked when it was worked up in red, white, and blue. And I know I will be coming on the live at some point making this pattern. I will make a diagram for it, but I am really, really excited about it because one of my goals for this coming year is to make, I want to make one veterans blanket a month, whether it be a camouflage or an American flag. And then I'm going to, of course, donate those. So anyhow, like I said, this is the With Love pattern that I made for my dad on the morning that he passed. I sat here till the afternoon, kind of crocheting, but it's a very easy repeating pattern. It's got crisscrosses and double crochets and single crochets, and then I kind of did this spaced out part. And so, anyhow, I'm going to have this coming, but I worked on it yesterday in the red, white, and blue, and it just was so, so cool that I had to show you guys. So, anyhow, that's what my little blue yarn is that's kind of hanging out here with me today. Okay, so without further ado, guys, let's make another one of these squares. So um if we look at this square here, this is you probably, a lot of you have probably seen this. This is what people make as a heart applique. And normally what this, they'll make these and they'll sew them onto amigurumis or they'll sew them onto a hat or something. So you make this crochet and then you use a needle and you sew it onto your project. I wanted to create a square where it was not sewn on, but it looked dimensional. So it looked like the heart was floating on top of the square. And so this is not sewn on. I am making this heart and then we're crocheting it. And here's what it looks like on the back. So we're crocheting right, all of this square is all crochet, no sewing. Okay, so it makes it look like it's kind of flying off the blanket when I'm gonna get it done. And so without further ado, let's go ahead and make one of these. So I'm gonna use this yarn here. This is Red Heart Super Saver, and this is the color Pretty in Pink. Okay, so just cheap 4-weight acrylic yarn, whatever you've got laying down. This is a great scrap buster. If you've got some colors that you want to use up, you could make any color hearts. I think they look pretty in blue and green and purple and yellow and orange. Make all the colors, you know? So, anyhow, the way we're going to do this is I'm going to start with a magic ring. Now, I do my magic rings a little different, and I will show you guys. I have watched hundreds of videos of how to make magic rings, and none of them ever clicked. I don't know if I'm just slow, I don't know if I'm special or what it is, but they never made sense to me. So the way that I make my magic rings is I make them like I do my slip knots. I bring up a loop and it's crisscrossed here and I hold the crisscross in my fingers. And then when I do this heart, as we're making this heart, we're going to actually start right here and work our way this way. So in my mind, when I wanted to make these, I wanted to start here at the bottom and then work my way around. And it's opposite of that. It's opposite of what my brain thinks. So I'm actually going to start right here. And this is a chain of 3. Okay. So the way that I'm going to do this is I'm going to yarn over. I go down into the loop and then I draw up a loop and I have 2 loops on my hook. I yarn over and I pull through both. I count that as my first chain. Here's number 2. Here's number 3. That is how I make my magic ring. Now I'm going to continue working the stitches around this and I'm going to go around this tail as I go. So the next stitch I need a total of 3 treble crochets. So the way you make a treble crochet, if you don't know, you wrap your yarn around once, wrap your yarn around twice. So now I have 3 loops on my hook. Go down into your magic ring, draw up a loop, yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2, and yarn over, pull through 2. That's your treble crochet. I need 2 more of those. So I'm going to wrap my yarn around, go down into the loop, pull up a loop, yarn over, pull through 2, pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2. So there's number 2. And here is number 3. Did that wrong. I always forget to get that extra loop sometimes on my trebles. Okay, so there's number 3. So again, this is the very tippy top of our heart. The point is going to be down here. So I'm kind of working along the side now. Okay, so now I'm going to do a double crochet, and I'm going to do this twice. So 2 double crochets. We want this to get smaller. Okay, so that again, here's the tippy top. You can see it's starting to taper down. Now what I need to do is another treble crochet. So wrap my yarn around twice, go down into the magic ring, drop a loop, yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2, and yarn over, pull through 2. So there is our treble crochet. Now I'm going to basically work the other side of this heart. So we're going to do exactly what we did, but in reverse. So I'm going to do 2 double crochets. Here's number 1 and number 2. And we did 3 trebles before, so now I'm going to do 3 trebles again. These are also called, people call them triples. I call them a treble. It's the same thing. Treble and triple, same thing, okay? So there's 1, 2, here's number 3. Okay, so now we're working back up towards the top of our heart. So you can kind of see it starting to take shape. Obviously, we've got our center way pulled out here, but here's the little rounded edge. Here's our point at the bottom. And now you'll remember when we started out on this side, we did a chain of 3. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to chain 3, 1, 2, and 3. And now we're going to attach it into the center here. So I'm going to put my hook through the loop, drop a loop, and now I'm going to do a slip stitch. So I'm not going to yarn over like a single crochet. I'm just going to pull this loop under this one and secure it. Okay, normally that is the end of your heart. You would snip off, secure your end. However, we're not quite done with this heart yet. Okay, I am going to go ahead and cinch this up. So I'm going to pull my magic ring closed and tighten the loop. So I get my, there's my little heart now. Okay, and I'm going to take my darning needle and I'm going to weave in this tail. Normally on the lives, guys, I don't weave in the tails. It takes a lot of time. But when we make these hearts, it is important that you weave in your ends as you go, because these are small little pieces. And once we start putting this white backer on, you're not going to have any room to try to be weaving in ends. You'll be really frustrated. Okay, so trust me when I say this. I'm horrible about weaving in my ends. Okay, case in point, look at this blanket. Look how many ends I have. Right. So if I say weave it in, I'm telling you guys, don't neglect it. It's definitely we're going to want to do it at this stage. Okay, so weave in this tail. I just kind of put it on my darning needle and I go under the center here and around. Okay, and I do it a couple times and just kind of tuck this in. The magic ring is pretty secure, but this, we just want to kind of finish this off a little bit and make it nice and be able to trim off this tail and get it out of our way. Okay. And again, the whole time I still have this loop here and my yarn is still attached. We're not done yet. So I'm going to snip this off now. Okay, and that tail is out of our way. Okay, so now that we have our little heart, what we have to do is we have to, on the back here, create a, what I call a chain structure. And what it is we want something where we can then come back and attach our white yarn to. So I've kind of put some stitch markers in here to show you guys how it looks. But basically, if we look at this little square where these stitch markers are, you can see here how there's white. That is where we attached to that chain. Okay, so we have to create this little foundation chain so that we can come back and attach and turn this into a granny square. And it looks kind of complicated, but it's really not that complicated. I think this is more like an intermediate project, guys. If you're a beginner, this might be a difficult part of this. She doesn't panel people. I don't even know what panel people is. Yeah, I just do my thing here, Death Historian. Sorry, I don't go live with other people. It's too complicated for me. I'm not that talented. So so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pinpoint where I want to do these chain foundation. So I go into the second stitch here. Here's where we did our chain. Here's the second stitch, and I'm going to just designate that with a stitch marker. And I'm going to pick the same spot on the other side, and I'm just trying to help figure out where I'm going to place these stitches. Okay, so here's another one. Now those are balanced. Okay, then I'm going to come down here and I find the point of my heart, which is this treble crochet here, and into each of the stitches beside it, I'm going to pop in another stitch marker on each side. So here's one. And now on the other side here, pop in a stitch marker. Now guys, you might get to a point where um, you don't need these stitch markers, and that's totally fine. I kind of still need them at this point. I've only made a total of 3 of these squares. Okay, so I'm pretty new in making these as well. When I first started designing, I was thinking about a hexagon, but I really didn't like the hexagon. I was showing Mama Wheeler, it just didn't feel right, so I turned it into a square. And so I'm pretty new to making these. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, very important here, as you're doing this, because you put these stitch markers on the back, your instinct will be to make this chain from the back and then crochet this heart when you start doing the white from the back. You can do the chain structure from the back, but when you turn the white, make sure you're working from the front. And I'll reiterate that again. So I'm going to cinch up this little loop here and tighten this up. Okay. And oh, my little tail poked out. Let me trim off my little tail and get him out of the way. We don't need that interfering with what we're doing right now. I guess I picked the wrong spot to trim him off. I hope they don't cut it. Okay, let's get these little fur balls out of here. Okay. So anyhow, okay, so we've got our loop on our hook. So now see this stitch here? I've marked it. I don't want to put the chain way out here. What I want to do is I want to work in towards the center of this square. And if what we're looking for here is we're looking for 2 bars that we can put our stitch under. So you're going to have to kind of work back here, and you can kind of see how there's these 2 stitches way up here close. We want to keep this foundation chain very tight. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring my hook, and I have to use my thumbnail to kind of get these guys because they're pretty secure in there, and get these 2 bars to slide over onto your hook. Then I'm going to yarn over and drop a loop, and I'm going to do a slip stitch. Okay, so I just have moved from the very tippy top here to my first stitch. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to chain 2, 1 and 2, and now I'm going to look for the next stitch marker here. And again, I'm not going to work way down here at the tippy top. I want to work way up here at the middle. And there's a couple bars here. You can wiggle your hook under, and again, use your thumbnail if you have to, pull your scissors out, whatever you need to do. You want these stitches in here very close to your center of your square. Okay, so when we look at it on the back, see, we don't want them way out here. We want them in nice and close. Now again, I'm going to do a slip stitch. Thank you for the gift, Karen. I appreciate that. And now I'm going to chain 2 after I do that slip stitch. Okay, now I'm going to move to the other stitch marker here. And again, find your spot way up here at the top and get yourself under those 2 bars. And again, I keep kind of cinching this up tight and do a slip stitch. Chain 2. And now here's another stitch marker. Again, we're going to come up here to the very tippy top, slide your hook under the bars, and again, do a slip stitch. Okay, so pull that through and then pull it straight through the other one. Now I'm going to chain 2. And now here I am back to the very beginning. Okay, so you can kind of see how we've made this little foundation chain. So what I'm going to do now that I've chained these 2, I'm going to go back to the very beginning one here, and I'm going to slip stitch and join this one here. Okay, so again, just a little slip stitch, and then I'm going to tie off. So I'm going to chain 2, get that very tight, snip off, and now I'm going to cinch this up. And now we have our little square here. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to make this more easily identifiable when I start adding the white. So I'm going to move my stitch markers. I pull it from the outside. I find the chain that I made and I slide it under the chain. Same thing here, unattach, remove it here and move it to the chain. Here's number 4. This is going to be, or number 3, excuse me, the third space. Move it here. And then here is our 4th chain right here. And so you're able to kind of identify these as we're moving along. Okay, so basically, if we look at our square here, we've identified the 4 spots on the back of the heart. 1, 2, 3, and 4. We look at it here. Here's number 1 chain, 2, 3, and 4. So where we have made these chains, that is going to be the 4 corners of our squares. So today, friends and family, we are making a Valentine heart. This is a original pattern that I came up with, and I'm going to have a full tutorial of this both on TikTok and over on YT. For those that don't know, I am live on both platforms this morning, and I see we have a number of followers over there on YT. And thank you guys all so much for the thumbs up. Over here on TikTok, we've had 17.3 thousand likes this morning. I see those hearts flying up the screen. Thank you all so much for sharing the love this morning. And welcome to all the new followers. For those that don't know me, my name is April. I'm not a professional crocheter. I'm just a hobby crocheter, and I come on here with my friends and make various different baby blankets, crochet projects, afghans, granny squares, market bags. So I do a little amigurumi. Every day is something different, mostly because I don't have a very big attention span and I got to change things up. So, anyhow, but welcome, welcome. I see lots of new followers. I'm glad you found us this morning. And I hope everybody had a very Merry Christmas. And I know there's other holidays happening. If you're celebrating Hanukkah, I know we're into Hanukkah now. So, again, I hope everybody's having a marvelous holiday season. But thank you all for being here. And I'm glad you have found us. We have a marvelous little community here. It's a very safe space. Miss Tommy said, you might not be a professional, but you rock at this. Thank you so much. So, um, I first started going live. I'm going to weave in this tail, guys. As you're doing these hearts, I'll kind of tell you a little bit about myself since we've had so many new followers. But as you're making these, it's very important to weave in these ends. I'm very bad about weaving in my ends. These guys will tell you I usually avoid it at all costs, especially on the live. But as we're doing these hearts, it is critical that you get these out of your way. It'll be very difficult to weave these in later on once you get going on the square. So I'm just going to weave these in. But my name is April. I normally come on live every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday mornings at 7 a.m. Central Time. Like I said, this is my hobby. I have a full-time job, and I just like to crochet with my friends. I started going live on July 5th of this year. I was very, very scared. I was petrified, really, to do it. It's not something that I really thought would come naturally to me to get on here and basically you feel like you're talking to yourself. But it has been the most rewarding experience. Really, every day, the people here, the friends that I've made is just it's really incredible and it's very humbling. So it's really exciting. Nowhere in my wildest dreams did I think after 5 months I would have almost 10,000 followers. It's really remarkable. And if it wasn't for all of you guys, I would just sit here and crochet by myself every morning because it's not abnormal. I crochet every morning. Instead, I just come on here and share with all of you. So it's really fun and I really enjoy it. There's a wealth of knowledge here and there's just fabulous people. And so it's not just me, it's the whole group. We have a Discord if you want to get on the link tree. There's a link to our Discord. For those that aren't familiar with Discord, it's like an online chat server. And we chat about crochet. They're used a lot of times in online gaming, but we use it for crochet so we can kind of share it, our different projects we've got, if we've got questions, all of those things. And so there's a link on the Discord. Now, normally, guys, every day that I come on, all of the links are on the link tree of what I'm making. However, today, because this is an original pattern that we're doing, I don't have a tutorial of this yet. I'm going to make it later this afternoon. So you'll have to tune back in, and you'll eventually see the video on YouTube and over on TikTok. So that's kind of where we're at now. Okay, so as we look at this square, you can see this heart is kind of not sewn on. It's crocheted within the square itself. And into each of these chain groups that we made, we're going to do 3 double crochets, chain 2, 3 double crochets. So we made 4 groupings, and you can see 1, 2, 3, and 4. So 4 corners essentially of our square. Okay, and then I kind of put the heart forward, and it'll pop back down. Okay, so again, as we look at our chain groupings here, you can see I have the 4 stitch markers. That's going to tell me where to put the white yarn. Now, this is very, very critical as you guys are doing this, because I keep messing this up when I was practicing these. Because I have the stitch markers on the back, it makes me want to start crocheting from the back. And then I had to rip it all out. Make sure you're working from the front, beautiful finished side. Okay, so make sure your heart is facing you and the chains are behind you. I'm going to start with a slip stitch on my hook. If you want to know how I make my slip stitch, there is a video over on TikTok. And I'm going to remove this stitch marker from this chain section here and just kind of keep it, isolated here so I know what I'm working for. Now, this is a very small chain section by design. You can see I can put my hook, my scissors under there. But the reason it's tight like that is because we want these hearts to sit flush against this white. If you get these chains too big, it's going to be really sloppy and not as pretty, and these will kind of feel like they're not secure. Okay, so that's why we have the tight sections here. And I'm going to start with, I'm going to do double crochets into this chain. And I'm going to start with a standing double crochet. If you do not know how to make a standing double crochet, you could always just tie on and chain 3. If you want to know how to make a standing double crochet, I'm going to show you right now. So this is the tail. You can see it here. We have to yarn over and add a second loop to our hook. If you do not hold this tail and secure it somehow, this will spin off on you and you will never be able to grab that second loop. Okay, so the way that I do it is I use my finger and my thumb and I just grab a hold of that tail and I pinch it and I just kind of hold it secure. I've got the loop on my hook and I yarn over and I put another one over my hook. Then I go down into this space. Now I have to free up this hand. This is the wrong angle for me to make this uh, uh, crochet. And so what I do is I turn my hand and I transfer the job of holding this tail to this thumb. If you let go of this tail, it'll still spin off on you. Okay, I grab up a loop, I yarn over, pull through 2, and yarn over and pull through 2. Okay, that is your standing double crochet. Then I just kind of move this to the right of this chain and I'm going to add some more double crochets here. Excuse me guys, real quick. I got to get a drink. I'm getting a little hoarse. Um, Cheers. I got my coffee this morning. Um, Guys, as I'm making these squares, if you're a new follower, I will give you a fair warning. I will probably miss some of the comments. We have a fabulous group here. They're going to try to answer your questions. If I miss your comment, please do not feel like I'm ignoring you or you're not important. Okay, it's just that it's hard for me to explain the stitches and answer all the questions that come up. I do my very, very, very best. The mods will try to pin the comments for me. And I do go back after every single live and I read through all of the comments. You guys are all very special to me and I want to know what you have to say. So please, please know I'm not trying to ignore you. Okay. So now I need to add 3 more double crochets under this chain. Okay. Working on basically a corner, just like you would do a granny square. So here's number 3. Then I chain 2. Now into this same space, I need 3 more double crochets. 1, 2, and 3. There is our first corner we've made. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to again put the little heart forward. Here is our next identifier. I'm going to pop out this stitch marker, and now I'm going to make another corner under this chain group. So again, yarn over, and I'm going to do 3 double crochets immediately into this next chain space. Here's 2 and 3. Okay, now I'm going to chain 2, and I'm going to do the other half. Again, this is very tight in here, but you can make it work. Okay, so 3 more double crochets. Here's 2 and 3. Okay, and now I'm going to put this forward, look for our next stitch marker. Now I'm going to make another corner. So we have 2 corners so far. Here's 1, here's 2. I'm going to make the third one now. So here's our chain space. Again, yarn over, and I'm going to do 3 double crochets. Chain 2, kind of scoot this to the side if you need to, and then do 3 more double crochets. 1, here's 2, and here is 3. Okay, here's our last stitch marker. Pop him out. And now again, into this space, we're going to make 3 double crochets. Chain 2. And now we're going to do 3 double crochets. Okay, so that is our fourth corner. So, you know, the heart is kind of wadded up here. That's fine. He'll flatten back out. But you can see we've got 1 corner, 2 corner, 3, and 4. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to join with a slip stitch, and I'm going to move myself over into this corner. Okay? And that completes our little inner square. And we're turning this from a heart into a square. So you can see there's our little corners. Here's what it looks like from the back. Again, because we made these chain spaces so nice and small, this is very tight. It sits nice and flush to our work. Okay, but it's like a dimensional heart. Okay, so let's go back to our example piece here now. We're ready to start the next row. So if I put the heart forward, you can see here's the row that we just finished. Now we're going to do this next row here, which is this row of white. In the corner here, we're going to do 2 double crochets, chain 2, 2 double crochets. And then all I did was a row of double crochets along the side. Okay, so into the top of every stitch, we're going to do a double crochet. So again, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 on the sides and 2 in the corners. Okay, so for the first stitch here, I'm going to chain 3, 1, 2, and 3. And now I'm going to put, this counts as our first double crochet. Now I'm going to put another double crochet in the corner, chain 2, and now I'm going to do the rest of the corner, 2 more double crochets. So there's our corner, 2 double crochets, chain 2, 2 double crochets. Now I'm going to work along the top here. Into this first stitch, I'm going to do a double crochet. And I'm just going to do that the entire way. There's going to be 6 on each side. And then in our corners, we're going to have 2 double crochets, chain 2, 2 double crochets. So very easy round of just double crochets. And you can count these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Make sure you've got them all. And now into the corner, 2 double crochets, chain 2, and then 2 double crochets. Working here on the next side. Again, we're just going to do double crochets the whole way. Maddie, no worries. I'm going to make another one. I don't have to work today, guys. I'm off of work today and tomorrow. And so we're going to have lots of time for these. I will stay on making these little hearts until I need a break or my voice goes out. I don't know how long I've been on yet this morning, but don't worry. I have it in me to make a few more of these. And if I need to pause and come back, I can do that too. I'll stay on as long as people are interested. But we are making a little heart granny square this morning. And if you're just popping on, this is what we're making. Okay. And like I said, don't worry, we'll be back. We'll make another one from start to finish. And I'm going to make a tutorial of this as well. That's on my agenda for today. So I'll record it and make a full tutorial. But thank you guys all for the new followers this morning. If you are not familiar with me or if you're new to my channel, my name is April and I'm not a professional crocheter. I'm just a hobby crocheter and I come on live every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday mornings at 7 a.m. Central Time. And I have a real job, but I'm off work today, so I can stay on a little later. Normally, I stay on from 7 to 8:30 Central Time, and then I get off and go do my real job. And so today's kind of special. I came on at 8, which is a little later. I wanted to sleep in. I managed to sleep in until 4:30, so uh, I don't think that's really sleeping in, but when you get to a certain age, that those things just happen where your body's like, you're up, woman. So get your coffee, get out there, get crocheting, and get to work. And so anyhow, so much for sleeping in. But yeah, it's kind of a fun day. I don't have any pressure to get off or go do anything, and I'm ignoring things like dishes and everything. My husband is working today, so I'm just kind of chilling and relaxing with you guys. So reset the gift goal. Okay, let me reset it. Sorry, guys. It's got to give me a second. Okay, here we go. Click, set up new goal. I'm not very good about changing the goal. Thank you, Anvil, for the reminder. Let's see, what can we do here? Heart puff. How about some chili peppers? Because I can see that one. Okay, confirm. Red hot chili peppers. Okay, so we have finished our second row here. Okay, so we finished this, which is this right here. Now I know it looks a little different because it has the red on it. So what we're going to do next is we're going to come back with our pink. We're done with the white for now. And I am going to change up the color and we're going to do these back post half double crochets. So what we did here in the corner, we did 2 double crochets, chain 2 double crochets, and we are going to then do these back post half doubles. Okay, so I'm going to snip off my white. Thank you for the gifts this morning, guys, and thank you everybody who is sending the hearts flying up the screen. We're at 23,000. I think we could get to 50,000 today. I think that's my goal. I'm going to try to get to 50,000 hearts today on the TikTok. I don't know that I've ever hit 50,000. Maybe I have, but it's been pretty close. So if you guys could all help me uh, hit that screen, maybe if we could get to 50,000, that would be huge for me. So let's try. Just because we have more time today, right? I'm not on a deadline. Uh, April is just saying, don't have that expectation of her. What's going on? Yeah, I know people crochet as a real job, Sabrina. I'm not finding fault with people who crochet full time. All I'm saying is I don't crochet full time. I have a job that is that I use to pay the bills. I'm just a hobby crocheter. I'm sorry, I don't mean it offensive. I know a lot of people crochet full time. It would be great if I could crochet full time. That's not really my goal. I mean, maybe when I'm later on in life, but for now, I'm not making it like insult. I'm just saying I don't crochet full time, so it's not like I'm putting out tutorials every day and doing full time teaching. That's not what I do. That's all I'm saying. So please don't take it. I don't mean it offensive that way. Maybe that's how you took it. I just am saying I don't crochet full time. It's not. I have a real job that I do, and it's not to say that other people don't use crochet as their real job. I just don't. So, I don't mean anything by it like that. So please don't take it that way. So in the corners here, we're going to do 2 half doubles, chain 2, 2 half doubles. Sabrina says, I know it just sounds rough sometimes. Okay, I'll try to say it different. I don't know how else to say it. So now I'm going to do back post half double crochets, and I'm going to explain how to do these a little bit. And just let me get a little bit away from this edge here, and then I'll kind of show you guys how I do my half doubles. So what we're trying to do here is by doing the half double back post, we're adding a line of texture to these squares. And so what we're going to do is put these on the post. And so instead of working in the top of the stitch here, we work around the post. And that puts both the pink on the top and also on the bottom. So it adds this line of texture that you're seeing here. It's really just an illusion because we're making this by doing the back post half doubles. Okay, so the way that I do this, normally when you work a back post, or excuse me, a half double crochet, you would work under these two bars. So you'd work under the top of the stitch here and the front loop and back loop. You'd put your crochet hook under there and you would make a half double that way. What I am doing, instead of going in the top here, I'm going around this post. So I wrap my yarn around, I put my hook forward, and I go underneath the post. Okay, and then I grab up a loop and yarn over and pull up a loop, and then I yarn over and pull through all three. So you can see here, there's the pink from going around the loop, and we have some up here on top as well. So let's do some more of these. We're going to yarn over, put my work forward, look for the post, slide your hook underneath the post, grab up a loop, and then yarn over and pull through all three. And again, yarn over, go underneath the post, grab up a loop, yarn over, pull through all three. Two more to go. Yarn over, put your work forward, go under that post, grab up a loop, yarn over, pull through all three. Here's the last one. Yarn over, again underneath that post, grab up the loop, yarn over, and pull through all three. Okay, so you can see we've done all of our post stitches. There's the little pink of the row underneath. Our white is now popping forward, giving us that fabulous definition. And now we're going to work into the corner. So into the corner here, we're going to do 2 half doubles, chain 2, and then 2 half doubles. Okay, now we're going to work along this side again around every double crochet we had here. Instead of working on the top, we're going to do a half double, back post half double. Okay, so wrap my yarn around, put my work forward, put your hook underneath the post, yarn over, pull up a loop, yarn over, pull through all three. Yarn over, put your work forward, look for the next post, grab up a loop, yarn over, and pull through all three. And guys, here's the thing. If you're a beginner and you want to try to make these and you don't know how to do these post stitches and you're really struggling, you could just do, you don't have to not make this project, okay? All I would do is if I was a beginner and I couldn't do these, I would just do a half post double crochet the whole way down, okay? So you don't have to do these as back post. You could totally just do a row of pink. It would look really pretty. You would still be able to make the squares. Everybody on here is at a different level. So if you're not at the level where you feel comfortable doing these back posts, you could just totally substitute. Okay, it still is going to look really nice and beautiful. So if you don't feel comfortable, don't limit yourself. These back posts, they do take some practice. Honestly, 2 years ago I couldn't do a back post stitch. I just spent a lot of time practicing and learning how to do it. So Shauna says, I always learn new things from April. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you guys learn new things. That's really cool. So again, yarn over, put my work forward, look for the post, put your hook underneath the post. So this is like your hook is, the post is sitting on top of your hook, right? Grab that loop, pull it up, and then yarn over and pull through all three. This is called a back post half double. Now guys, as you get faster at these, You don't have to be so dramatic with it. I'm trying to show the people who do not know how to do this stitch how to do it, but I don't really do them like that in real life. Okay, I'm to a point now I don't really have to put my work forward. It's kind of a more fluid motion for me. I just whip through them, but I try to slow it down so that those that are new to crochet or new to this stitch, they can kind of see like the basic fundamentals of how to do what it is I'm doing. But basically, the whole way around this row, I'm just working a back post half double. Now, when I get here to the corner, again, I'm going to do 2 half doubles. I'm working right over this tail. I'll go back and weave in this tail. Chain 2, now into this corner again, 2 half doubles. Now again, we're back working under these posts, around these posts. So instead of working on the top here, I'm going to go around the post and I'm going to do a back post half double. So wrap my yarn around, put my work forward, go underneath that loop, grab up a loop, yarn over and pull through all 3. Again, wrap my yarn around, put my work forward, go underneath that loop, draw up a loop, yarn over, pull through all 3. Wrap my yarn around, look for the post, slide your hook underneath, grab that loop, pull it up, and yarn over and pull through all 3. Let's see, Bloom said, I'm practicing now on a potential pillow cover and letting myself decide it doesn't have to be perfect. Yeah, it doesn't. And that's how come you guys will see me like change stuff up. I'm always kidding around about calling the crochet police and stuff. I don't necessarily if I can't do something and I try and try and try and try and I get frustrated with it, sometimes I'll just change it and make it so that it is something that I can do. So that way I still can do the project and, make it work for me. Because crochet, it is kind of complicated sometimes, right? And when I was first learning how to do back post, it was a struggle. I remember it was a challenge. I really had a hard time with it. And it's not something that came like naturally or easy for me. And so that's why when I come on here, I try to tell you guys like how it is that my brain works and how I interpret how to do these stitches. Everybody does it a little different, but for me, this is how I make it work for myself in my brain, I guess. And I know it clicks with some people, but it doesn't necessarily click for everybody. Just because I do it a certain way, there's other people that do it different. I do my standing uh, double crochets a little different. How I hold my tails and stuff. So you kind of have to find somebody who can be inspirational for you that you can learn from, and take information away from. And that's a beautiful thing about crochet. There's so many different creators and content makers that you don't have to just follow me and what well, April said to do it this way. No, that's not it at all. There's tons of people, and you guys all have your favorites. I have a huge list of people that I follow. Okay, guys, so I finished my last double back post half double here. And now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to work myself into the corner. We're done with the pink, and I'm going to go back to doing the white. So again, I just move myself to the corner with a slip stitch, and then I'm going to go ahead and snip off. And we are done with this pink. And also, I'm making my hearts with the pink and I'm making the outer edge match, with whatever color I'm doing. You don't have to do it that way. You could totally change this up if you want, red and pink and want to make this all mixed up. It doesn't matter. You could, put hot pink with the light pink. However you want to do it would be totally cool. You could do all the hearts in red and then do everything in pink and not use white. There's lots of different possibilities, but here is where we're at now. So we've finished our little pink row, and that's what's giving it this little line of texture here. And so if we look at our example here now, you can see in the corner, we did 2 half doubles, chain 2 half doubles. Then I did a row of half double crochets the whole way around into the top of, into every stitch. Now, one thing that I did on this, if see this, can you see it on the red? Let me show it on the pink. Maybe it'll show it better. Um, See how there's this line of texture here showing? What I did on this row of white is instead of working in the front loop and the back loop, I worked in the back loop only. And I kind of do mine, I don't want to say different than everybody else because there are people that do it the same way that I do. But I will show you how I do these. By leaving the front loop alone, that is what created this row of texture. So we get the pink here, and then we kind of have this little accent row. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to tie on with my white again. So again, I'm going to do a little slip knot here. And then I finished my square here in this corner. One thing I like to do when I'm doing any sort of granny square or baby blanket or any type of project that's worked in the round. In the round means you start in the center and you go around and around and around, okay? I pick a different corner to start with. So if I ended here, I'm going to choose this corner or this corner. It doesn't matter. I just mix it up. That helps keep your project looking square. Now I'm going to do a standing half double into this corner space here. If you can't do a standing half double, you could tie on and do a chain of two. That would work totally fine. But here is how I do my standing half doubles. So this is the tail. Here you can see it kind of flopping down. I have to yarn over and get another loop on my hook for my half double. If you do not secure this tail, what'll happen is this will spin off. And you, no matter how many times you try to go around, it'll just keep spinning on you. So what I do is I take my pointer finger, I think this is my pointer finger, and my thumb, and I clamp on this tail and I secure it and just hold it snug. Then what I do is I wrap my yarn around. So now I have two loops. I put my hook through. Now I have to change the angle of my hand. You can see it's kind of still clamped on this tail. I have to hold the hook. So what I do is I bring this hand forward and I switch the holding job. I give it to my thumb. That frees up my hand to change the angle of how I do this stitch. I grab up a loop. Again, this thumb is holding this tail. If I let go of this, this will spin off. So you gotta hold this, keep holding it, and then I yarn over and pull through all three. That is your standing half double crochet. Now I need another half double in this same space, chain two, and then I need two more half doubles right into this corner. Okay, so there's our corner. Two half doubles, chain two, two half doubles. Now, again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to work in the back loop only and do a half double crochet into every stitch. So when you're looking at crochet stitches, you always have two loops. So if I put my scissors under here, you can see this kind of looks like a sideways V almost. This loop that is facing me is called the front loop. The one that is away from me is the back loop. And most of the time you work under both. What we're going to do is instead we're going to skip this front loop and we're only going to work in this back loop. Now, when you do that, that is what creates this line of texture. This line you see here is where we skipped the front loop, okay? And we just went in the back loop, and you can see that's going to leave all those stitches. So I'm gonna do a couple of these and kind of show you guys how I do it. So here's the thing: when I do my uh, front loops only, technically this is my first stitch over here in the corner. I skip that stitch when I do these, and I don't include it. I go to the second stitch and I yarn over and I do a half double under that back loop. So again, I skipped the first loop and I went in the back loop only. Now here's the thing. Can you see how that pulled up really tall? And it gave this big hole in my project. Now this will kind of squish back down, but I do not like how it does that. So again, I'm going to yarn over, go in the back loop only, and do a half double. See how it's kind of like pulling both those stitches up? I'm going to show you the different way that I do these. And, there's other people that do them too. I don't want to say I've like patented this or anything. It's not my original invention, so to speak. But if we were to turn our work and look at the back of these stitches, you can see here, now, because I'm looking at it from the back, I'm still going to call it, this is the front loop, okay, because we are working from the front. Here's the back. Half double crochets have what is called the third loop, and it is located here on the side. So you can see there's still those two there, but there's this magical little guy here that is called the third loop. And what I do when I do my uh, back loop onlys, I actually go under the back loop and the third loop, and I leave the front loop here, and that makes it more secure. Okay, so I'm going to turn my work now, and I'm going to have to rip some of this out, guys. But if we kind of turn our work on the side here, here's the front loop, here's the back loop, here is that third loop. So yarn over, go under the front or the back loop here, and now I look for that side loop. There it is there, the third loop. Then I yarn over and pull up a loop, and then I yarn over and pull through all three. So can you see the difference of how these kind of fly up here in the air and make this big like gaping hole versus if you incorporate that third loop, it makes it sit more snug to your work. So I'm going to rip these out and I'm going to do them all under the back loop and third loop. Okay. So again, here we go. Yarn over. There's the back loop. And then I also slid my hook under the third loop. You'll get the feel for this rather quickly. I can feel it with my finger, and rather than go at it like normally when I go through my loop, I go through like this, right? My hook kind of sits um, like perpendicular. Is it called perpendicular or um, vertical? I don't know what it's called. Perpendicular, maybe. Instead of putting my hook at that angle, I put my hook more in a down fashion. Okay. When you put it in the down fashion, you can grab that third loop really easily. Okay. And that's what I'm doing. So again, yarn over, kind of push your hook down and back. So grab both those loops. So here's the back loop, here's the third loop. Again, those are sitting nice and snug to your work. It makes it more secure. You don't have to do this. You can work in the back loop only. I know a lot of people do. There's nothing wrong with it. Everybody has their own way of doing these, but this is how I like to do it because I like this nice and snug. So every time I'm still getting two loops, and it just makes it a little more secure. Show of hands. Does anybody else do it this way that I'm doing? Uh, uh, Three Little Jim says, "Running to my yarn to try that." Yeah, it's new for some folks. I know. There's others that already do it. It's not like a totally new concept that I'm sharing here, but it might be new to some. I don't know when I learned to do this. I don't remember who I learned this from. I but I do love it. I really like it. I might have learned it from Hooked on Sunshine. Um, so, does something cover the knot? Uh, I will eventually weave this in this tail. So you can see here. Here's my tail from before. I will weave this in, and you won't see this here once I weave it. So I think that's what you're talking about, Miss Amy. Let's see, parallel, diagonal. Yeah, everybody has a different way, but Karen says I will be doing it that way from now on. Elsa said it's new for me. Miss Tomei said I started doing that because I don't like the huge space. Yeah, it's just not very appealing. For me personally, I just don't like the aesthetics of it. But I'm kind of, uh, I don't know, snobby that way. I guess I don't know if snobby is the right word. I don't know. I just don't like the look of it. I like it when it really tucks in nice and doesn't pull up like that. Here's what it looks like from the back. If you're curious, it still looks nice and clean. But you can see it's basically here is that third loop on this side, and by utilizing it, just kind of pulls it up a little bit. So it's definitely Miss Tony said I'm snobby with you. Okay, I guess it's snobby. Nothing wrong with being snobby about crochet, I guess. So here's our corner. We're going to do two half doubles, chain two, and then two half doubles. Again, I'm skipping this first stitch out, and now I'm going to do a half double in the back loop and the third loop. So I slide my hook down, grab up that loop, and do your half double. And I'm just working that the whole way down. So again, if you don't want to do it this way, you could work under both the bars, however you want to do it. It's like I said before, there is no rules. Just because I'm saying this is the way I do it, if you don't want to do yours that way, you could totally change it up and do what feels comfortable. Depending on the level of crochet that you're at, it's not even it's not even a thing, girl. Uh, uh, persnickety. There you go. I like that, Queen 530. It's persnickety. so anyhow, I just love these little Valentine squares. They're so fun. I'm kind of tired of all the Christmas projects. I don't know about you guys. Are you guys kind of through Christmas and ready to move on to? I'm ready to move on to like spring flowers and Valentines and pretty. If it's once, it's an oopsie. Too funny. Okay, so in the corner again here, I'm doing two half doubles, chain two, and then two half doubles. So I'm really looking forward to like spring, and I don't know, like fun like Easter colors. I don't know. I'm just kind of feeling that way right now. How are all you guys feeling? Like, what are your thoughts for as you're looking to the new year? Like, what projects do you want to do? Is there anything that you guys would like to see me do? Because I'm totally willing to, try. I'm not an expert at everything, so sometimes it's I can't do everything, but if you guys had a request, I could try to incorporate it into something that I do. I did start the hexagon sweater, the hexagon granny. Is it a hexagon granny sweater? Um, if it's consistent, it's a style choice by the artist. Yeah, for sure, Skylar. Thank you. That's very insightful. Um, I'm not going to finish that hexagon granny. Uh, what is it called? The hexagon cardigan. The hexagon cardigan. My heart is not in that project. I'm gonna frog that out. I like that yarn too much. I started doing it on the live, and I'm like, meh. I don't know. I'm just not. I have to be excited about a project in order to do it. Um, with my dad passing, I want to make one veterans blanket a month. That's one of my goals for 2025 as we look towards the new year. I really want to work on one veterans blanket every month, and I want to make some more wheelchair blankets. So that's definitely on my list. And of course, I want to do more baby blankets. You guys know I do a lot of baby blankets. I have a lot of baby blankets in the works, so I want to get some of those wrapped up. I'm going to be able to start doing some edging on those soon. I think I have like maybe 5 baby blanket. Maybe it's more than that. I have a lot of baby blankets in the works, so I definitely want to work on some of those. Um, I hear you there, April. My hexagon cardi was a once and done. Yeah, Amy says we are ready for spring whips. I am too. I'm really ready for spring. I don't know. We're not even like through winter yet, but I think the nice part about crochet is you always have to be a couple months ahead. Like I'm doing Valentine's Day in December, but TikTok is so misleading, right? These people come on TikTok and they're like, "Look what I made in 24 hours." I did this whole project. Well, in reality, if I'm going to make a blanket with these heart squares, it might take me a few months. I might not even have it done for Valentine's Day. So I always have to be thinking a few months ahead what I'm going to be doing because I'm not one of those people that like waves a magic wand and then all of a sudden my project is done. I don't know if any of you guys are like that. Um, Sadie says, I have a prayer shawl ministry and lately I've been making a lot of baby blankets. Nice, nice. That's awesome. Um, I think it's fun to give back and donate. My niece did have her baby. My niece had her baby. For those that don't know, the same day that my father passed. My father passed away on Saturday, and I came on live on Christmas Eve, and you guys were so beautiful and kind to me. It was really I was snotting, crying, and not really in a good frame of mind. But my little baby nephew was born that same day that my dad passed, and my niece absolutely loved the little dinosaur baby blanket. They're not sharing any pictures on social media or anything, but I did get a picture. I told you guys the reason I love making baby blankets. Let me talk about this square real quick. I'll tell you about my baby blankets. So I just finished this row here. If we look at this, and now I'm ready to do the last row. So what I like to do is what I call the stabilizing row. And I just do a row of single crochets the whole way around. I do a single crochet, chain two, single crochet, and then I just do a single crochet. So my favorite part about baby blankets and why I love to make baby blankets is for when you get the picture that comes, and I don't get them all the time because I donate a lot of my baby blankets, right? I donated like 9 baby blankets just this past couple weeks to my sister-in-law to take down to the NICU. And obviously I'm not going to get pictures from those, right? But when you give it to a family member or a close friend, and then they send you the picture of the newborn or the toddler with your project, that is, it just is so awesome. That feeling that I get is just, it's just the coolest thing. It really is. It is so special. And that is one of the main reasons why I love to do baby blankets. The other reason why I love to do baby blankets is because they are small and my attention span is not the best. And so if I'm trying to make a big Afghan or a bedspread, now keep in mind, I do those projects, right? I like to do a baby blanket because it's like I can finish it and it's quick, it's on and off the hook. The blue blanket that I showed you guys all, the tan and blue one, that blanket's done. That was a wheelchair blanket. I'm loving doing the wheelchair size blankets. They are 35 by 45, and I can finish them really fast. It takes me like 7 hours to do a wheelchair blanket. And so that's the modern ripple. The modern ripple I can do in 7 hours for wheelchair size. And so again, I can finish it in a few days if I stay on it. And then I can move on to different exciting colors, right? That's part of it for me, is like the different yarns and that. And so that's one of the reasons why I love to do the wheelchair size or the baby blankets, is because I can just move on to more exciting, fun yarn colors and choices and all that stuff. And so I'm really enjoying making the wheelchair blankets. And I sent a bunch of those off. I did Christmas ones. I have another camo one here that I did. I need to make some more videos. I've been pretty bad just with everything I've had going on about making videos. It's really hard when you work full time, and then uh, you know, I don't know. I'd rather sit here and crochet than make a video. You guys know what I mean? So anyhow, I'm just doing the stabilizing row, guys. This is a row of single crochet, and it just kind of puts a nice finished edge on this. So when I go back and sew these all together, we'll have a nice working edge. You don't have to do this row of single crochet, but it's just something that I like to do. So I'm going to go ahead and pop through this here. Now, guys that are still watching, does anybody want to see me make another one of these? I've been on for a while this morning, and I understand Anvil and Gen X. I don't even know if you guys are still on here. If you need to pop off and go do life, please don't feel obligated to stay here with me. I just figured I'd stay on until people kind of lost interest with these heart squares. So raise your hand if you still want to see me do another heart square if you've not seen it start to finish. And let me know if you would like me to do that. Um, let's see. Click on the link and hold it down. I'm not sure what you're saying, Amy. Hopefully, that's not for me. Um, Amy says, yes, please. Another one. Okay, I'll make another one. Um, I don't know if there's other people that have not seen them yet. Uh, Meek says, yes, make another heart. Okay, okay, guys, I'll make another heart for sure. I'm still doing fine. I don't know if my voice is sounding wonky. I'm not feeling too hoarse. I'm going to pause for another coffee drink in between this one and the next one, and do that, and that'll help get me kind of refreshed. I gotta show you guys. You guys know my yarn rack that my husband made me? I was telling you all about it. I'm gonna take you TikTokers on a little field trip. I know people have been on YT also. Is everybody doing all right over on YouTube? Are you guys all hanging in there with me? I'll keep going over on YouTube also, but if there's no interest on YouTube at some point, I can shut that down as well. So just let me know, guys. I'm totally open. Um, uh, Field trip. Anvil said the power is back on. I'm good for now. Is everybody got snow? You guys got snow happening? Um, I know I watch a deer camera that's up in Maine. I love if you guys like watching deer like I do. There's a YouTube channel called Brownsville's Food Pantry for Deer, and it's in Maine, and they have snow, and they feed the deer. The deer come from hundreds of miles around, and it is just amazing, all the deer, and then they all go back and they disappear, but they put out feed for them during the winter when it's so cold. And I saw that camera had a lot of snow. So guys, if you're new hopping on, welcome. Here is what we're making. All right, we've made four little hearts now, four different colors, really pretty. And I'm going to take you guys through these one at a time, or from start to finish, and show you guys what I'm doing. And so anyhow, I'm super excited about these little hearts, but I want to take you guys all on a little field trip. I know you might get a little seasick, but my husband, he made me a yarn holder, and you guys see me wheel it in sometimes on the channel. And so, YouTubers, I'm sorry, I can't move you from your cradle, but you over on TikTok, I can move the phone. So here we go. Sorry if you guys get a little seasick. Let me zoom out here. So my husband had made this yarn thing for me that holds my spindles of yarn. And what he did, I asked him before, it just had one row on it. So if we look at it from the side, it just had this back row here where it holds 5 yarns, and it's on a medical under the couch tray. And so what I can do, I can pull this under my recliner, and anyhow, I have 5 spindles of yarn there. So you can see I have the blue and white blanket I'm working on, right? I'm working on red, white, and blue. And he came back and I asked him to put another row. So you can see here, I have 5 in the front now, and I have 5 in the back. And I know y'all might think that's totally like obsessive and excessive, and what the heck am I doing? But for me, it works really good. And so you can kind of see here, oops, I pressed a button. This is the pink blanket that I'm working on. And you can see there's my pink yarn. Here's the white yarn that I'm working with on these hearts. And so anyhow, the way that he made this, and here's the red, white, and blue. Okay, so the white that I'm using, you can see that if I could point, there's my white there. That is soft white, and then cherry red, and then there's my red, white, and blue yarn, and then here is my soft navy. So that is all the yarn I'm doing for this blanket right here. And the way that he made these, so he just constructed, if you want to put your hubbies to work, if you're interested in one of these, he made this. So he took a piece of flat iron, right? And then he got some of this metal rod, and he welded it to the flat iron here. And then he came up and he used his torch and he bent at the end. And then we took some of our big fishing swivels. I don't know if it'll focus on this, guys. I don't think it will. But these are fishing swivels that he welded to the end. And then he made me these wooden dowels with cup hooks. And I just hook it on the hook here. And then it free spins. Okay. So it just free spins. And they're all like free hanging, and they're kind of wobbly. So again, it's kind of, it keeps the yarn off my couch. Okay. I'm going to put you back in your cradle now. Hopefully I don't mess everything up. I have two phones going right now, and it makes it a little complicated. Hopefully I don't get everything all messed up. But anyhow, okay, that's our little field trip. So let me move my cart back and get everything kind of back out of the way. But that's my that was my Christmas present from my husband. He made me another side of my cart. So now it holds a total of 10 yarns instead of only 5. And like I said, I know some people probably think I'm a complete crazy person, but I'm crazy for crochet. What can I say? So yeah, I'm gonna do another one of these. I think I'm gonna do the same pink, guys, because I think it showed up a little better. And I don't have any or I could do red. You want me to do red? Let's do red since I have red right here. And let me get my light set back up. Bear with me here. And I gotta zoom back in on this camera. Um Things got a little wonky when I took you on your field trip, but that's okay. Yeah, I think it was worth it. So I kind of I had all these like yarn genies and stuff, and I kept trying to like explain to my husband like what it is I don't like about it, right? So I basically told him how I wanted to do it myself, and then he like created it. And so yeah, hubby Wheeler is like awesome. um I'm assuming there's a flat piece on the bottom. Oh, yes. The spindle itself, guys. So it's just a dowel. And then he made a flat disc and he just put a screw. And it's nothing fancy. I mean, it's really not that like great, but it just holds the yarn from sliding off. So he just took flat aluminum that he had and then kind of ground it. They're not perfect. So every one of them has that. And then he did these like tapered, and that helps slide it on. Now, this cup hook, when I am threading my yarn on, I have to remove this cup hook every time. So that's kind of a pain, but it's not a deal breaker for me. I just unscrew it, put my yarn through, and then I put it back. But they stay put, right? They're not, I'm not worried about like magnets, dropping the yarn. And so the thing is, all of the yarn genies that I had, they would not hold the big skeins of yarn because I'm using either like a lot of times the big red hearts. This isn't even a jumbo. You know, the jumbos are huge and it holds the jumbos. And I just have it up there spinning for the entire blanket. It's really cool. So anyhow, that's my little Christmas present I got. So anyhow, I know it's kind of weird to do a field trip when I'm on the live, but hopefully it all is fine. And hopefully it ain't, I think my phone slipped a little bit. So let me try to put this up a little bit more. Um, okay, is that better? Hopefully I'm more aligned. So anyhow, back to making the heart granny squares. Okay, so here is what we're making. If you're just coming on, you've caught us at the perfect time because I'm going to make one of these from start to finish. And I got to move this. I can't see my TV. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to make this little heart applique. And you probably have seen this before. It's very popular uh, crochet heart. And instead of sewing this on as an applique, so normally people would make this and you would stitch this into your crochet project. And one of the things when you stitch this, if you're using a contrasting color, I don't like how it would show the color of the yarn. And so for me, I wanted it not as an applique, but a heart that was actually crocheted into the square and was like dimensional, as you can see here. And so I made the heart. Then we make this little chain structure on the back, which I'm going to walk you through how to do this. And then what we do is we attach the white and turn it into a square. So we use double crochets here, and then I did some half doubles. And then we come back and we do the beautiful pink color and add some dimension to it. Okay, so that's kind of what the plan is. And I'm going to do it with the red. Unless you guys want me to do the pink. I'm going to drink, I'm going to get a drink of my coffee here. Do we want this red or do you want to see the pink? Which do you prefer on the screen while I get a drink? Yes. Cricket said, I love how the little corners look like hearts too. I was trying to do that. I didn't mention it. I wanted to see if anybody else would notice that, but I wanted them to kind of look like little hearts, and I think they do. I mean, they're not perfect little hearts, but I think I think they look cute. Okay, it looks like red. It is. So what we're going to do here is we're going to start with a. Is everybody good over on YT? I kind of shifted things around, so let me know if. Hopefully, it's still okay. It looks a little bright, but hopefully it'll get adjusted here. Okay, so guys, the first way I start this, when we're making these little hearts, in my mind, as I was making this, I wanted to start here at the bottom and work my way up and around. It's opposite of what I thought. The way we work these is we have a magic ring, and we're actually going to work around like this to the point and then back around. Okay, so I'll kind of show you this more as we go, but in your mind, visualize I'm starting here in the magic ring and I'm working this way going around. Okay, so everybody makes a magic ring a little different. There's no right way or wrong way. This is how I make mine. I yarn over like I'm going to do a slip knot, and I pull down a loop, and that is crossed there, and I hold it here in my fingers. Then what I need to do is I need to do a chain of 3. And so I wrap a loop around, I go down into the loop, the ring, and I draw up a loop. So now there's 2. Then I yarn over and pull through both, and I count that as my first chain. Then I chain 1, or that's number 2, and number 3. So there's my chain of 3. That is how I do my slip knot. Now I will work around this tail. Sometimes I do 2 loops in the middle. With these hearts and this red heart yarn, I feel like it works better if I do just 1 loop. And guys, this is red heart. So it's still red heart super saver, this red color. Okay, the colorway is cherry red that I'm doing, and it is a 4 medium weight acrylic, and I am using a size I9 5.5 millimeter hook. Okay, so cherry red, still red heart. Okay, now we've done our chain of 3. Now what I need to do is I need to do 3 treble crochets. So the way that I do that is I wrap my yarn around my hook 2 more times. This is also called, some people call it a triple. Okay, it's the same thing, treble, triple. Go down into the circle, grab up a loop. Now I have 4. Yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2. So that is our treble crochet. I need 2 more of those. Wrap my yarn around twice, go down into the center, grab up a loop, yarn over, pull through 2, pull through 2, and yarn over, pull through 2. That's number 2. We need 1 more, number 3. Okay, so 3 trebles, chain of 3, 3 trebles. Now, keep in mind, we need to make it go smaller as we work towards this point. So now what I'm going to do is 2 double crochets right into the loop. Again, I'm working over this tail. And now I need to do another treble crochet. So the treble crochet I'm going to do here is the very point of our heart. Okay, so you can see here's the round part of the heart. Here's the very pointy part. Now I have to work up this other side and form this. So I'm just going to do it in reverse. So now I'm going to do 2 double crochets. So smaller. Now we're going to get bigger, and I'm going to do 3 treble crochets. 3 treble crochets. There's number 1. Here's number 2. And here is number 3. Okay, and now I'm going to do a chain of 3. We did a chain of 3 here at the very beginning, so I'm going to mirror that on this side. 1, 2, 3. Now this is floating out here in the air, so what we have to do is go back through our center here, draw up a loop, and now I'm just going to do a slip stitch. So I'm going to drag this loop under this one, nice and flat, and that's going to finish up our heart. So I kind of draw this up here, And now I can close the magic ring. So just kind of pull this up and pull it tight. And get this kind of closed up. Okay, so there is our little heart. Now, this is very important when you guys are doing this particular project. I'm going to go ahead and take the time on the live to weave in the ends here, okay? As you are working this here and as it gets attached, if you don't weave in your ends now, you're going to have a really hard time finding the space to work and weave in your tails. So on this particular project, it's really almost imperative that you weave in your ends as you are doing this. Sam says, when you go under, does it make a difference if you yarn under or over? Never seen like this before. So, Sam, here's the thing. I have been crocheting for 40 years. And when I learned to crochet, there wasn't any internet or YouTube or anything like that. I learned to crochet from my mom and my grandma, and a lot of it was you just kind of learned by making it work, kind of. And so we never really discussed the whole concept of yarn under and yarn over, at least that I remember. I was like 9 or 10 when I learned to crochet, so it's been a lot of years ago. And only since I started coming on live have people ask me that question. And I can show you as I go along, but I crochet quote wrong. If there was a crochet rule book, instead of yarning over a lot of times, I do a yarn under. And so, again, I technically, is it right or wrong? Some will tell you that I crochet wrong. For me personally, I don't think it matters. I think as long as you do it consistent, your work will look really, really good. And it won't make any difference if you yarn over or yarn under. But you have to be consistent with it. And so for me to go back after crocheting this long in my life and try to learn how to crochet over, that would be really, really difficult for me. And so I just do my thing. And like I said, I can kind of show you later on as we get more involved in this, kind of what I'm talking about and why I quote do it wrong. But, there's no crochet police going to roll up here and tell me I'm doing it wrong. So, I just do my thing. Okay, so here is our heart. This is the front. Now I still have this loop. Normally you would be done when you make this as an applique and you would weave in this last tail. Do not snip off yet because we are not done yet. What we have to do is we have to come back and we have to create this foundation chain structure here so that we are able to then attach the white yarn and turn this into a square. Now I know this is kind of hard to see, but basically I've created this little chain that we then attach to the square. So if we look at it here from the front, you can see here is the chain space, and I've done 3 double crochets, chain 2, 3 double crochets. That is your corners. I've done that 4 times. So again, we need to create this little chain space. This is how it looks on the back. So again, you can see these double crochets are wrapped around this chain that we do not have yet. So the first thing that I do is I get my stitch markers, I turn my heart to the back, and these are the 3 chains that we did here and here. I'm not going to attach it there. I'm going to go 1 stitch below here. And I'm going to mark this so that I can identify it when I'm trying to make this structure. And I'm going to put 1 on each of these stitches. And now you don't have to do this. If you can visualize it without the stitch markers, that's totally fine. It just helps me, and it helps me to explain it on the live what I'm doing. Okay, now I'm going to turn my heart. Now here, this stitch right here, if you can see it, this was our treble crochet in the very center. There's a stitch here, 1 on each side. I'm going to identify those as well. and I'm going to pop in again a stitch marker into each one. So we need to mark 4 stitches because a square has 4 corners. So 1 on each side of that treble crochet. So now I know I'm going to attach my chain work onto these 4 stitches. So what I'm going to do here is get my loop back on my hook. I'm going to pull this down and get this cinched up kind of tight. And I'm going to work on the back here. This is the back of the heart where you can see the stitch markers. Now, as you're looking at these stitches, we don't want to work the chain way out here at the side of the heart. We want to work it in here towards the middle. So you can kind of see if I put my scissors in here, there's a couple of stitches here that are the bars, and there's more stitches on the front. So I'm just kind of going in the back, but I'm going to go under 2 bars. Okay. So I have to use my thumbnail to do this. They don't slide on very easily because they're not designed to do this, but we're just going to make it work. So I just kind of wiggle my hook under there until I can get, there's 1. Now I've got to do another one here. And there's 2. So now I have, if I spread these apart, you can kind of see it. There's 2 stitches there. Here's my original loop that I had. I yarn over and I'm going to pull through and I'm going to do a slip stitch. So I'm going to slide that new loop under the existing one. I want that to be really tight. And so what I'm doing is I'm going from the center of the heart here and I'm attaching it to this post here. Now I'm going to chain 2. And I'm going to go to my next stitch marker, which you can see here. Again, I'm not going to work out here at the very edge. I'm going to work up here towards the center where the magic ring is. And again, I'm going to slide my hook underneath those posts or those stitches, not the whole post, but just the stitches, the bars of those stitches. And sometimes it's really hard. If your stitches are tight, sometimes I have to get the scissors in here and kind of widen this out. Whatever you need to do to make that those stitches kind of slide on for you. But it is kind of a struggle. So don't get frustrated if it's too much. This one is really bad. But I'll get it. It'll just take a little finesse. Okay, so there we go. We got them both. Now again, I'm going to yarn over and pull this through, which I'm struggling pulling it through even. And then I'm going to again do the slip stitch. So I'm just going to pull it on through. So there is our first chain that we've made right there. And it's a very small chain. We want it to sit very close to this heart. If you get this chain too big, then when you have your hearts on your square, they're not going to sit flush. They're going to be kind of flying out here and flopping around, and you're not going to be too happy with it. If that does happen to you guys, just stitch your heart down. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. I didn't want to see the stitching around the heart on the back of my blanket. Okay, so now we've finished this stitch marker here. I'm going to chain 2 again. Oops, I slid off. Chain 2, 1 and 2, and now I'm going to move to the next stitch marker here. So again, working up here towards the very middle, slide my hook underneath those bars. And then I'm going to yarn over, pull through, and then just do a slip stitch. Okay, and then I'm going to chain 2. Now I'm going to move up here to this one. Same thing, not working out here. Look towards your middle. Get as close as you can in there. Slide these stitches on. I want to change my S to a B sometimes, if you know what I mean. Slide these stitches on, yarn over, pull through, and then just do a slip knot, a slip stitch. Okay, and then I'm going to chain 2. And now we're back here to the very beginning. This is where I started. I need to go under these 2 stitches here. And again, I'm just going to secure this last bit of our chain structure. And again, I'm just going to do a slip stitch, chain 2, and I'm going to snip off and tighten this down. Okay, so now if we look at the back of our work here, it's kind of a mess. You got to kind of spread this apart a little bit, but you can kind of see there is our chain circle that we made. Now, keep in mind, we did 4 stitches. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this stitch marker, and I'm going to move it to the chain section and put it under the chain. So I'm just simply repositioning these. So now I can see where I'm going to be putting my stitches. So into each chain section, just move your stitch marker down, and we'll have 4 areas where we're going to apply our white of our square. Okay, so there is our 4 stitches. So again, that will be our 4 corners of our square, if you can see that. So again, if we look at it from the back, you can see here, here's 1 corner, here's 2 corner, 3 corner, and 4 corner. Here's what it looks like from the front. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's what we're going to be doing next, is attaching this white. Now, if we look at this white, you can see it is 3 double crochets, chain 2, 3 double crochets. There's no chains or spaces in between each one, but those are our 4 corners. Okay, so I need to weave in this tail here now, guys. Again, we don't want to leave this. It'll be very difficult after you've got this white attached to find room. It's not completely impossible if you forget, but I do highly recommend trying to get this woven in before you proceed with your white. It'll just take me a second here. Sorry, I know weaving in tails on the live is kind of like kind of a downer, but that's okay. 47.7 thousand hearts, 47,000 likes. You guys are going to get us over to 50,000 today. This might be a record day for me, y'all. We'll see. We'll see. I don't remember what my record is, so it's hard for me to know what exactly I'm shooting for. But I know at one point, I think I might have had 52,000 before, but I don't remember. I've definitely been on longer today than I normally have. I don't know how long I've been on now, but I think that's part of the reason too, is with more time, more people come and go so they can do the taps more. So there is woven in. So here's what our front of our heart looks like. And here is what our back looks like. It's kind of a mess right now, but you'll see this come together. So there's our 4 little groups, and we're going to start working into those. Okay, so I'm going to get my white yarn. And I'm going to start with a slip knot onto my hook. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is this is very important, guys. Because I just placed the stitch markers on the back, my natural instinct is I want to start working from the back into these chain sections. And that is a mistake. You have to work from the pretty side of your heart. Make sure your heart is pretty facing you. Now what I'm going to do is there's one that sticks up right here with the stitch marker. I'm going to remove that. And this is where I'm going to start working my group of stitches. So this is our first corner. So the way that I do this is I'm going to start with a standing double crochet. If you can't do a standing double crochet, just tie on into that chain space and do a chain of 3. But I'm going to do a standing one. So again, I do a double crochet here, kind of move this to the side. And now we need 2 more double crochets. So we need the corners here are 3 double crochets, chain 2, and then 3 double crochets. 1, here's number 2, and 3. Okay, so there is our first corner. That's how we're going to turn this from a heart shape into a square shape. So basically, as we look at this, we're doing this little group right here. See it? We just did that. Now we're going to do the next one. Okay. So again, no chaining or anything. I just am going to put the heart a little forward. Look for my next stitch marker. Boy, that's a tongue twister. Pop this stitch marker out. And then into this next space here, I'm going to do the same corner grouping. Okay, so I'm going to do 3 double crochets. Here's 2 and 3. Then I'm going to chain 2. And then I'm going to do 3 more double crochets right into that corner space. Okay, so now we've done half. You can see if I move this to the side, we've got corner 1 and corner 2. Again, no chain or anything, just move to your next stitch marker. Boy, the more times I say that on the live, the more I get it messed up. And all right, Amy said 50K likes on TikTok. Thank you everyone for sending those hearts flying up the screen this morning. How exciting. I think 52 is my record high, but honestly, I don't remember. A lot of times I don't keep track of that kind of stuff. I kind of am more focused on crocheting, but I know 50,000 is up there. It's perhaps one of the best ever. So thank you. Hey Caroline, good morning. Uh, Giga is here. Thank you all so much this morning. I'm glad you all are here. If you're just hopping on, I am making a heart granny square this morning. I will be working on a full tutorial of this later today. I don't have to work today, so I'm kind of on a little later. To be honest with you, I don't even know what time it is. I came on at 8 and I'm just going to crochet till I can't go anymore and people lose interest. So this is what we're making today. If you're just coming on, welcome everybody. Thank you all. Like Shauna said, thank you for hitting that screen and sending those hearts flying. Amy said it's 10:45 a.m. my time, so I've been on for almost 3 hours. So anyhow, it's a longer day for me, but I'm still doing all right. So like I said, I'll keep making these until I can't do it anymore and people are interested. If it starts to wane, I know people are going to come and go, but I don't always get a lot of times where I'm not at work and my husband is working. So anyhow, this is what we're making today. If you are just finding us on the FYP, my name is April and I'm just a hobby crocheter. I come on here to be with my friends and kind of share some of the things that we're working on. But I did come up with this little Valentine pattern, the little Be Mine square, and it's like a little raised dimensional granny square. And so we just finished the red heart. And now I'm working on turning this into a square. So I finished this last corner and I'm going to now take out this last stitch marker here, if I can get it out. And again, no chains or anything in between these 4 groupings. I'm just going to do the 3 double crochets. Here's number 3, chain 2, and now I need 3 more into this corner space. So you can kind of see as I'm getting this finished up, it has now transitioned from a soul little heart, a lonely little heart, to a square. So you can see we've got our 4 corners. Now I'm ready to join and I'm going to slip stitch over here to the corner. So I just put my hook in and drop a loop and I'm just doing a slip stitch. We want this nice and flat, but I like to work from the corners. I'm kind of an old school gal and that's how I learned from my grandma, was to always work in this corner. I know more modern hip crocheters will work kind of from the side. I'm not that cool. So I really prefer to work from the corner. And basically we're making all these little squares and you can see we've got a few different flavors, if you will. Light pink, you could make blue and green. These would all be so pretty, but I'm going to sew these together and I'm going to make a little blanket. So if we look at our example here, you can see we have just finished this part here of our square. So here it is, little tiny guy, right? So now we're ready to start this next row. And into the corners here, we're going to do 2 double crochets, chain 2, 2 double crochets. Ignore this pink right here. We're just focused on this white right now. And all I did, into every stitch here, I placed a double crochet right into both bars, right under both bars, just a double crochet. There's 6 stitches on each side. And like I said, the corners are 2 double crochets, chain 2, 2 double crochets. So let's go ahead and do that. My first stitch, I'm going to do a chain of 3. That counts as a double crochet. Now I'm going to do a second here. So this is our second double crochet. Again, chain 2. And now right into this corner again, I'm going to do 2 more double crochets. Okay, so there is our corner. Now I'm going to start working along the sides here. Now, if you're a new crocheter, one thing that's really important, sometimes this first stitch will hide underneath your corner stitches. So this is the post of the stitch. It's also, you'll hear it called the legs of the stitch. You follow this up and the top of the stitch sits to the right. So that's where I'm going to place my first double crochet. Sometimes you have to pull that corner back to reveal that little guy. He'll be hiding. And we need a double crochet into the top of each of these stitches. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here is number 6. We need 6 on each side. Now we're back to the corner again, and we're going to do 2 double crochets, chain 2, and then 2 double crochets. Okay, pull this little guy back to reveal that first stitch, and again we need 6 double crochets on the side, 1 in each of the 6 stitches. I'm getting a little stuffed up this morning. I haven't had my allergy pill. It was rainy this morning, but I think it's kind of lightening up out there. Other people said it's raining in their area too. Just joined, and the explanation of the post was wonderful. Immediate follow. Oh, thank you, thank you, Apricity. I appreciate that. What do I need 3 more of? Amy, what I'm missing? What am I missing? What do I need 3 more of? I'm lost. I'll just stick to crochet and I'll let you guys run the show over there. Amy said it's raining in Georgia. Is anybody getting snow this morning, or is it kind of warmed up? I didn't watch my buddy Ryan Hall, y'all. You know I love him, and I didn't get the scoop. I've kind of had a lot going on in my life. We are in a subscription subwave. Oh, okay, cool. I don't know what that is, but that's awesome. Whatever that is. Thank you to all the subscribers. You have 5 people. We need 3 more to subscribe. Okay, awesome, awesome. Yeah, I don't know what the subscriber giveaway is going to be for January yet. I haven't decided. But for December, I'll show you. The subscriber giveaway we did was this book right here. I did the Granny Square source book. This is a really cool book, and um oh gosh, who was the winner of this? I'm drawing a blank. Anyhow, one of my subscribers won this cool book, so I'm trying to get in contact with her, but I haven't seen her for a while, so I hope she's okay. Anyhow, it's no problem, but this is a really cool book. The link's on my link tree if you've not seen this. This book has 100 granny squares in it, and they're all different. I think my heart square could be in this book, right? uh, I need a submission immediately to the Granny Square source book, because I think it would fit right in. But I love making granny squares like this. So anyhow, it's really fun. But this was our subscriber giveaway for the month of December. And oh yes, thank you, Anvil. Donna was the winner. I'm trying to get in contact with Donna. I DM'd her, so hopefully she'll check out my message soon. And she wasn't on the live. We gave it away on Christmas Eve for December, so I'm not sure what I'm taking suggestions. All the subscribers, if there's something that you're interested in, just DM me and I'll pick something out. Usually in the 20, 25 at the most range. From Amazon preferred. It makes my life a little easier. It's hard sometimes to work full time and do all the crocheting, administration type stuff. So anyhow, very exciting though. And wow, 55,000 hearts. Very cool, Cheryl. Thank you for that note. That is so, so cool. I really think that's a record. I really do. So thank you guys, everybody, for being on the live this morning. I've seen a lot of new followers pop up. So one thing I wanted to mention to everybody who is here right now, I started going live with my crochet in July, and I really, it was very, very humbling. I never thought in a million years that I would have even close to 1,000 subscribers. I had 1,000, I think, to go live. But we are rapidly approaching 10,000. I'm going to pause real quick right here while I talk real quick. Before we go on to the next stage, we're going to be starting this pink next. But I never thought I'd even be anywhere close to 10,000 followers. It's just mind blowing to me. And I was talking to Mama Wheeler. I don't think Mama Wheeler is on for. Um, did Donna just come in? Donna, are you here? Raise your hand, Donna, if you are here. Anyhow, I never in a million years thought I would be even close to 10,000 followers. And I was talking to Mama Wheeler, and she said we should do something for the 10,000 followers. So, what I'm going to do, I am going to give away a 10,000 celebration item, and it is going to be the blocking board. I got mine from Amazon. It's like a $50 blocking board. And what I'm going to do, I am going to make a hooray, we made it to 10,000 kind of post on TikTok. Okay. And I'm going to, anybody who comments on that video, congratulations, we made it, whatever you want to say, like it. You do have to be a subscriber of my channel to win the prize. Okay. So you've got to be subscribed, like the video, and comment. And then I will use the comment picker and we will give away the 10,000. And I'm not going to advertise this, guys. I don't want Donna, you're here. Yay. Donna, you are the winner of the December subscriber giveaway. So I sent you a little message. If you want to send me your address, I will get one of these ordered for you. But you win the Granny Square source book for December. And I am so, so, so excited for you. So, anyhow, guys, how exciting for Donna. 3 cheers for Donna. Congratulations. And thank you for being a subscriber. And so, anyhow, when we hit 10,000, I'm going to make a video. I'm not going to advertise this, guys. I don't want a bunch of spammy people getting up in our stuff, right? I've seen that happen to people. So I'm just going to say on the live when we get to 10,000, the 10,000 video is up. And if you comment, I'll leave it open for like a week and then we'll do a giveaway for hitting 10,000. And it'll be very fun. So like I said, it's really humbling. I never thought in a million years I'd be talking about having 10,000 subscribers, possibly. It's really mind blowing. So, anyhow, kind of fun and exciting. And I don't think we'll hit it by the end of the year. I don't know where we're at right now this morning, but we were at 9,500 the last time I looked. I think yesterday I looked. I don't remember because I've been kind of thinking about this a lot. So, okay, where we're back at with the heart here. We finished our 2 rows here. So now we're ready to come back in and add this red. Now this looks a little complicated, but all it is um, we're going to do red where this pink is. And in the corners, we did 2 half doubles, chain 2, 2 half doubles. And then we did a half double crochet in the back loop. So back loop, half double crochet into every stitch. Okay, so let's get our white snipped off here. Donna, I'm going to have a video for this later today. It might be tomorrow, guys. I have to make it and film it and all that. But this pattern is something I came up with, and I'm going to make a tutorial both on TikTok and over on YT. And I'll have it on my channel. Like I said, I'm going to work on it today. I might not get it all finished today. It's a lot of editing and stuff, but I'm really going to try. I don't have to work today. So that's my mission. But for now, I'm just on here showing. But congratulations again, Donna, and thanks for being a supporter of the channel. Really appreciate it. I hope you're excited about your book. And if you already have this book, Donna, just DM me if you would like a different book of equal value. It's not a problem. Okay. So, guys, I have added a slip knot here to my hook. And into the corner here, I'm going to do 2 half doubles. I start with a standing half double. If you can't make a standing half double, just tie on and do a chain of 2, not a problem. And then I do a second half double, chain 2. And now right into that same corner space, I'm going to do 2 more half doubles. Okay, so that is our corner. Now, normally when you work crochet stitches, you would work here in the top loops of your stitch. The stitch that faces you is the front loop. This is the back loop. And normally you would work under those 2. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to work on the post of the stitch. The part that sticks out down here, this is called the post. And instead of going into the top, we're going to wrap our yarn around this post and we're going to work it from the back. And so it's called a back post half double crochet. So the way we do this, we wrap our yarn around, go down underneath. Our hook is sitting on top of our work, our hook. And then I'm going to grab up a loop. Now we have 3 loops, yarn over and pull through all 3. That is your back post half double crochet. Now I'm going to do that again, yarn over, put my work forward, look for the next post, slip my hook underneath, grab up that loop, pull it up, yarn over, pull through all 3. Move to the next, same thing, yarn over, look for that next post, slip your hook right underneath, grab that loop, pull it up, yarn over, pull through all 3. Here we go, number 4. And we're just going to do that the whole way down. So what this is doing, instead of working in the top here, it is forcing this stitch and making it up like a ridge. Okay, so you can see the red down below. That's where we worked around the post. And then you can see the red up on top. That's the top of our stitch. So all this is doing is adding a line of texture. Now, guys, if you're new to crochet and you find that you're not quite at the level to be able to do the back post half double, you don't have to skip this pattern. What I would do if I was not capable of making this stitch, I would just replace this, go in the top like this, and just do a row of half double crochets the whole way around. Okay, it will still look really good. You'll just have your red on the top here. Yes, you won't have the dimension like this, but if you're not at this level yet, that's okay. You could just replace it and do them like this, okay? So you don't have to miss out on the pattern if you're not quite there yet. So don't feel like you have to do it this way. But again, back post half double. So yarn over, again, go down underneath that post, grab up a loop, yarn over, pull through all 3. And as you do these, you'll get faster. It just takes some practice. Um, yes, you got to be a subscriber. So basically, if I do the wheel or not, I don't think it's a wheel. It's a comment picker. If I do the comment picker and I go to my profile and that person is not following me, you don't have to be a subscriber. You just have to be a follower. Okay. For the 10,000 giveaway, you just have to be a follower, not a subscriber. Okay. I'm opening it up to everybody. But if you comment on it and you're not following me on TikTok, I will throw your name out. I think you need to be a follower of my channel to win the prize. So you just have to be a follower, not a subscriber, for the 10,000 giveaway. Okay, does that help clarify, guys? Um, so anyhow, thank you all, everyone, for being a subscriber. And like I said, we will have a January giveaway, a subscriber giveaway. That is specifically for subscribers. Donna won it for the month of December. You know, we do that every month. And that gift is more like in the $20-ish range. Okay. But for the 10,000, I wanted to do something kind of fun. Again, I'm not going to advertise that giveaway. You know, you have to be following me. You have to comment on the 10,000 we made it kind of video. And we don't have it yet. We're not at 10,000, but I wanted to do something fun, right? Because I never thought in a million years I would have 10,000 subscribers. That just boggles my mind. So, Patty, I'm coming up on the corner again. I'll talk about the corner here. Okay. So here is my last half double. Okay. I just put in my last back post half double. You can see we've done the whole line of them here. So now here is the corner. And in the corner here, we're going to do 2 half doubles. So 1 and 2. Then I'm going to chain 2. And right back into that same corner, I'm going to do 2 more half doubles. So that is our corner stitch the whole way around. 2 half doubles, chain 2, 2 half doubles. So once we get the white around it, you can see it kind of like resembles a little heart shape. It's not technically a heart, but I wanted it to kind of look like a heart. So anyhow, I hope that helps with your corners. And then I'm just going to go right back and I'm going to be doing the back post half double. So again, here's my post, wrap my yarn around, I put my work forward, look for that post, slide my hook underneath, grab up a loop, yarn over and pull through all three. And then we're just going to do that the whole way down. So again, put my work forward, slip my hook under. You can see the post is sitting on top of it. Grab that loop, pull it up, and then yarn over and pull through all three. Yarn over, go underneath that post, grab up that loop, pull through all three. Okay, so again, back post half doubles on the entire side here. And I don't know how many there are here. We could count it and see. But I'm just going around each post, okay? And as you guys get more practice with your post work, you'll get faster at these. I don't have to do it so dramatic when I put it forward, right? I'm just trying to show some of the new people, new folks to crochet, how I logistically kind of do these and think about them. So here we are to the corner again. So now in the corners, we need 2 half doubles right into the corner. Half double. Here's number 2. Half double. Chain 2. And now again, we need 2 more half doubles. Will you be posting a tutorial? So excited to make this with a cute little makeup bag. Oh, that's a great idea, Fanny. That would be really, really cute as a makeup bag. I was thinking it would be cute as a market bag too, like even for like a little girl size, right? That would be so cute. Um, but yes, I'm going to make a video. I'm not working today. And so after I'm done with the live, I'm going to record this and put all the little voiceover thing that I do. And I will post a full tutorial on both TikTok and on YouTube. I'm still live over on YouTube as well. Hope everybody's having a good day over there on YT that's watching. And anyhow, I'll release that. I don't know if I'll get the full thing done today, but I'd like to. My husband is not working tomorrow either. Or excuse me, my husband is working tomorrow and I'm not. So tomorrow I'm going to go live at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I've never done that before. I think it would be kind of fun to do a different time just because I don't have to work. Normally I work during the day. And so, and I don't come on at night ever. I usually come on live before work, and that's at 7 Central Time. I come on, and then I stay on until about 8:30. But welcome to all the new followers. I see a lot of you guys popping up there over on TikTok. For those that don't know me, my name is April. And this is just a hobby for me. I kind of come on before I go to work and show my friends here what I'm working on, what I'm making. And we talk about crochet and life and how things are and all that. And so, anyhow, I'm really glad that you all found us. And Catherine, I work for a printing company. I started in 1995. I'm 49 years old. I have been in the printing business for uh, gosh, 30 years now. I guess 30 years. Who would have thought that? Who would have thought I'm 30 years, been working for 30 years? Um, so we do anything color graphics related, business cards, flyers, brochures, vehicle wraps, convention graphics, point of purchase displays, all of that type of stuff. That is what I do. And I do wholesale work. So I have big accounts that I work with, like national accounts. So it's not like I'm doing like one business card or flyer order. I do for like 20 locations. So kind of big bulk printing is what my specialty is. But like I said, I started when I was 19. Never in my life did I think I would be a print girl. But I absolutely love, love, love my job. And I've been, like I said, I've been doing it a really long time. And I don't want to give it up. I really, I'll probably do it until I retire. I just really enjoy it. Love all my customers. The reason I come on live is because of one of my customers. My friend in Arizona, she kept saying, "You need to come on live and show people." She would say, "Show the world what you're doing," and I, I would laugh at her, and I'm like, "Stop stop being so dramatic. The world doesn't give a rat's you know what, fill in the blank, about what April in Alabama is doing. Nobody cares. And she's like, would you just trust me? You need to get on live. And so we were always, she was razzing me big time. And so finally I'm like, okay, I'll come on live. And that was I came on live for the first time July 5th of this year. And it's been really fun and rewarding. I just love all the people that I've met, and we have a fabulous little group here. We have a Discord. Everybody's like on it, sharing their projects. It's just a lot of fun. We all kind of know each other, and it's just a great group. So it's not just me; it's everybody who's on here that makes it so much fun. And yeah, it's really cool. So, like I said, tomorrow I'll be on at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, which is really not normal, but I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be something different. So, for those that are just coming on and following, my name is April, and I hope you all are having a great day. I hope you've had a wonderful Christmas if you celebrated, and fun with family and friends. And for those that don't, I know some people are celebrating Hanukkah. I hope Hanukkah is off to a great start for you. And anyhow, it's just a fun time of year. But with that being said, I'm Christmased out, and so I'm working on Valentine's. Valentine's Day is here in Alabama. So we have finished our red, and you can see it's kind of made a nice little framework of our Valentine. And now we're going to come back and we're going to add this white layer. And it's a fun little row to do. So in the corners here, we're going to do 2 half doubles, chain 2 half doubles. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a half double in the back loop of this row of, in this case, red. Okay. And I'm going to do a half double in each of these stitches. And then the very last row I do here, you can see it here at the top, is a row of single crochets. I like to call that a stabilizing row. You don't have to do it. It's entirely up to you. But I like to do that on my squares. So that way, when I go and sew them together, they'll be nice and uniform, and everything will kind of match up. So I'm just using this to kind of bust up some scraps that I've got and incorporate them with the white and kind of just make fun Valentine little. I think I'm going to make a wheelchair blanket with it. So it's kind of small. Okay, so starting here, I'm going to get a slip knot on my hook. Okay, and again, when I do my any kind of granny squares or baby blankets, anything that is worked in the round, meaning I started here in the center and I went around and around and around. When I finish this corner here, you can see I tied off here. I'm not going to start back in this corner. I'm going to pick any one of these other three. It does not matter, but I like to rotate my work, and that helps keep my project square. So I'm just going to choose this one here. And I'm going to start with a standing half double crochet. Yeah, you mentioned a purse. I think I'll make one for my niece. Yeah, it's kind of fun. Anvil, for guys, if you don't know, Anvil is one of our moderators here. And yeah, if anybody gets rowdy or out of hand, I am 1,000% confident Anvil and Gen X. I don't know if Gen X is still here. Also, they will have no problem introducing people to the door. So we really have not had any problems ever that I know of. It's a very safe space. You guys make it safe for me to come on and share. And it's a two-way street. It's safe for everybody. So anyhow, I saw your intro. You're from Alabama. What part? I grew up in Jacksonville. So Brandy, fourth grade teacher. Oh wow! Thank you for being a teacher. I think that's amazing. My mom was a teacher, and you'll see her sometimes pop on here. But Mama Wheeler, for those that don't know, she was a teacher for a lot of years in Arizona. And anyhow, I currently live in Rainsville. Now, I'm not originally from Alabama. I'm originally from Arizona. My husband and I relocated here about 4 years ago. We moved in 2020, and it was kind of the middle of COVID, and we were looking for something different. And Rainsville is a very, very small town. We have 5,000 people. It's not microscopic small. We have 5,000. We have 2 stoplights, and it's just a really kind of country farm feel of a town. And it's just a lot of fun to live here. Very small. The deer come in. I love my little bird feeders and everything. And so I just absolutely love it here. Amber said, Do you have a pattern for the heart square? It's beautiful. Oh, thank you so much, Amber. I am going to work today. I don't have to, I'm off work today. So later on, after I'm off the live, I'm going to work on a full length tutorial, and I will post that both on my TikTok as well as my YT. For those that are not following me over on YT, if you want to, my handle is the same, Wheeler 8 Acres. And so I know it doesn't have crochet and stuff in the name, guys, but we're kind of, my husband and I are off-roaders. We like to do four-wheeling and that kind of stuff. So, and we have 8 acres here in Alabama. So that's where our name came from. Our family nickname is kind of Wheeler. It's not my official last name, but we just always have called ourselves Wheeler. So, like off-roading. Okay. So, let's see. I have a few people that I'd like to make that introduction. uh, I know where all the doors are. Too cute, Anvil. So anyhow, stay tuned. If you want to give me a follow, I will have a video for this. If not, for sure later today. Hopefully by tomorrow. It does take me some time to record it and then do the voiceover. And I've been on since 8 this morning, Alabama time. So at some point here, I am going to lose my voice and I'll have to go off. But for now, I'm going to keep going. I think I might have it in me to do one more of these. We will see. How many will you make for a wheelchair blanket? So I haven't done the math exactly. My wheelchair blankets, maybe you guys can do the math for me. My wheelchair blankets are 35 by 45. These squares are 5 inch. However, I don't know if I want to do, if I did 35 divided by 5 is 7. But if I did a full 7, I wouldn't have any room for the border. So I might try to do 6 across, and then that would give me some more room so I could do a border around it, which I think would be kind of cool to do that. And then 45 long, 45 divided by 5 is 9, so 8. 7 times 8 is 42. So I would need 42 squares, I think, for a wheelchair size. That's my best guesstimation at this point. And so far I have 4. So I have my work cut out for you. I don't know if I'm going to have this done by Valentine's Day, but I'm going to try real hard. If not, I'll have it for next Valentine's Day. That's how I roll. So, Queen, have a wonderful day. Thanks for being on this morning. I know some of you guys have been on with me for a few hours now. If you have to hop off, guys, that's totally cool. I know you all have lives. I'm just trying to take care. I don't really get the opportunity to come on for so long. So I figured today, what the heck, we're at 61,000 likes on the live, which I know for sure that's a record. So thank you guys all for sending those hearts flying up the screen. Over on YT, we have quite a few thumbs up. So thank you guys for thumbsing up, giving a big thumbs up over there on YT. Appreciate it. And thank you guys. I know we've had a lot of gifts and stuff today too. So thank you all so much. You thought we were going to help you with mathing. You're too fast for me. I think I did it right. I don't know. I think it's 42, but if I do 42, I think it'll be a perfect, because then I can add the border around. It might be a little smaller than 35, but I don't know, a couple inches. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so let's get focused here on this corner now. So I'm going to start with a standing half double crochet, and the way I do this, if you're not familiar with how to do half double crochet, you have to secure your tail here. So if you let go of this and you try to wrap your yarn around, you can see it just kind of free spins. So what I do is I anchor my tail, I grab it between my pointer finger and my thumb, and I just kind of secure it and hold this kind of tight. Okay. Then I yarn over. So now I have 2 loops on my hook, and then I go down into that corner space. Now I have to change the angle of my hand. You can see my hand here. This is not the way I crochet because I'm holding this tail. So what I do is I bring my yarn forward and I transfer the job of holding this tail and securing it to my other thumb. That frees up my hand. So now I can do my yarn over and pull up a loop. Now I have 3 loops, yarn over, and pull through all 3. That is my standing half double crochet. Again, if you can't do that, it's totally fine. Just tie a knot here and then do a chain of 3, and that would work, or excuse me, a chain of 2. It's a half double. Now I need another half double in this corner. chain 2, and now 2 more half doubles for the corner. Move my yarn here. Okay, so there's our little corner. Half double, chain 2, 2 half doubles. Now I'm going to be working a half double in all of these stitches the entire way around. The thing is, when I work my half doubles, I'm working only in the back loop. So if you look at crochet stitches, I put my scissors here so you can kind of see, the top of your crochet stitch always has 2 bars. This one that is facing me is called the front loop. The one that is away from me here is the back loop. And you have those 2 loops. Normally when you do a half double crochet, you would go under both of those loops. In this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in the back loop only. And what that does is it provides this row of texture here, and that is created from not going under the front loops. This is all of the front loops that's showing. So what I do is I yarn over and then I skip. This is the front. I go just under the back loop. And I'm going to kind of show you guys here the way that I do my project. And so then I yarn over and pull through all 3. Now, one thing you can see here, if I do another one, again, under the back loop only, because I'm only going under 1 loop, do you see how this creates these big gaps in my work? Now, these will kind of settle back down, right, as you go along with your project. It's not the end of the world, but it definitely does not feel very secure to me. Okay, so when you are working into the back loop of a half double crochet, if I turn this and look at, and we're going to study a half double crochet. This red that I did was a half double. So again, here are the 2 loops on top. The really cool thing about a half double crochet and why I love them so much is they have this, what is called the third loop. So you can see it kind of here on the side. Again, here's the top 2, but on the side, there is this magical little third loop. So what I like to do when I'm working in the back loop only is I will actually go under this third loop as well. So here's the back loop. This is the third loop. Okay. So that way I now have the ability to go under 2 loops instead of just 1. So how this is pulling up, and you can kind of see how those loops are kind of bowing out. I'm going to yarn over. I go under the back loop, but I go down the side as well. Let me pull this to the side so you can kind of see. So you can see here, here's the back loop. I've also got my hook under the side loop, the third loop. Then I draw up a loop and yarn over and pull through all 3. Do you see the difference in how those stitches sit? See how this one now, because it has that extra support, is sitting flush to the work, whereas these are still kind of bowing out? That is why I like to go under the third loop. So I'm going to pull these back out and I'm going to go under both those stitches now and do it what I consider the right way for this project. So under, here's the back loop, here's the third loop, drop a loop, yarn over and pull through all 3. So I'm just going to do that the whole way along. Now, one thing I will mention on this as I'm doing it, normally when I go under these stitches here, I yarn over and I kind of put my work like perpendicular. I think it's called perpendicular to the stitch here, right? So I'm going underneath. When I work in this back loop, instead of going at that angle, I kind of go more at a downwards angle. So you can see my hook kind of slides down. That is what allows me to easily slide underneath that third loop. So again, you can see my hand is kind of more pointed down. And that's how I kind of change the angle of what I'm doing to make it work easily. What a bizarre method. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to do it this way if you like the other way of going in the back loop only. Basically, I'm going in the back loop and the third loop. And it just makes it more, what I feel is more secure to the project. The extra bar kind of adds a little extra support. And like I said, not everybody does it this way, but there are a number of us that do. And this is what it looks like from the back. So you can see it still looks very nice, but this here is what is that third loop. You'll hear it referred to as the third loop. And some projects will actually uh, indicate for you to go in the third loop only. And I can show you guys what that looks like also. So I'll do that on the next side here. If you go in the third loop only, since we're talking about third loops, we might as well. So in the corner here, I need 2 half doubles, chain 2, and then 2 half doubles. Okay, so now if you were going to go in the third loop only, let me do a couple here and move myself a little farther along. Again, I'm going in the back loop and the third loop, leaving the front loop behind. But just for you know what's and giggles, let's go in the third loop. So I'm going to skip the front loop, skip the back loop. Again, I'm doing a half double, but I'm going to turn it all the way on the side, and I'm going to go just under this third loop here. And you can see this is a really cool way of doing this too. Crystal at Bag a Day just did a whole video of this. She called it the Royal Ridge Stitch, where she went in the third loop only and left the front and the back behind. And can you see what that did? It left both bars behind, and it looks kind of cool. So that is in the third loop. Uh, I don't use patterns. That's probably why. So I can't read a pattern either. I've only learned by videos. I don't know how to read a pattern. I can read a diagram, but I can't read a pattern. So I have learned this. I don't remember who I learned it from, the third loop, but you can watch Crystal at Bag a Day. If you watch her Royal Ridge stitch, she just did a whole blanket or a whole swatch of this that you could use for like a scarf or something. But again, it's just worked in the third loop. So I'm going to tear that out and go back to what I'm actually doing for this square. But it's kind of cool, fun to do. So I love half double crochets. They're one of my favorite little stitches. They're so like universal. You can do so much with them, you know. And I think that's part of the. I think it's kind of cool. Part of what's cool about a half double, I guess, because the other stitches they don't have that third loop. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is third loop the or is half double the only stitch that has a third loop? Do you guys know? Um, I think I can't remember, but I think it is. So let me turn this a little bit. Is that better? My camera got a little wonky when I took you guys on a field trip earlier. So that's a little better. I have a project using the herringbone single crochet stitch. I've always wanted to do the herringbone, Sarah. I have not done it yet, but it's been on my list. I know a lot of crochet pattern makers will use that stitch, and the person who I see it using a lot, doing it a lot, is Daisy Farm Crafts. She really, Tiffany, she does that herringbone half double. I think is what she does. Um, let's see. Do you think tension rings really help? I've got some, but I haven't tried them yet. Diana, I have never used a tension ring. When I first learned to crochet, I've been crocheting for 40 years. Stuff like that didn't exist back then that I'm aware of. But I was taught to wrap my yarn around. I would wrap my yarn around and then turn my hand, and then it would weave up through this hand, and I would hold it like this. So this would be the tensioner. Now, as I've gotten more mature with my crocheting over the years, this messes me up now. I can't do that. But when I was first learning, I had to do it around this, and this is what helped to tension it. Um, so now I just go under like this, and these two fingers are enough for me to have enough tension. But that again has taken a number, and depending on how long I've crocheted, I kind of get this little line in my finger. But I've been crocheting. I think I got up this morning at like 4:30. I think I've been crocheting since like I don't know 5 this morning, 5:30 ish. So I've crocheted a number of hours, but for me, this is enough tension. So I can't really speak to the tension ring itself just because I don't have any experience with it. But there might be other people here on the chat that might have used a tension ring, one of those rings, that they might be able to speak to that and provide an answer. Let's see. Lynn says, my tension is always so tight. It takes actual thinking to loosen it up. Yeah. So when I first learned, I was always really clamped on and really tight, and this would be tight. And I'd actually get like burns in my finger. I used to hold it all so tight. It was, hard for me too. I was always very tense about it. And I have to make a conscious, like, intentional effort to like chill. Like, April, you need to chill, you need to relax. If I'm like super stressed out, I still kind of, what I would describe as clench up. I clench all of my work and everything that I'm holding in the yarn. And I have to kind of take a breath, woosah, chill, relax, and then I kind of will get more in the flow. But naturally, I tend towards that as well. So I totally get what you're saying, Lynn. It's really something that I struggle with as well, not to get like super like stressed about that. So anyhow, guys, again, I'm just doing a half double. And if you're not comfortable doing that and you want to do your half double just in the top of these stitches here, so go under both loops like this, you totally could do that too. Okay, there's no rules that say you have to do it like I'm doing it. You could do it just like this. You would still have a really beautiful row of red here, and it would look really nice, and you don't have to do it the way that I'm doing it. So there's a lot of possibilities. Just because you see me doing it this way doesn't mean you can't like change it up and do it your way. It's totally fine. Like I said, there's really no rules and regulations. The crochet police is not going to roll up in your living room and tell you that you're doing something wrong, slap the cuffs on you for breaking the rule. It's just not going to happen. So you do what feels comfortable to you. Everybody crochets differently. Everybody holds their hook a little different. I hold mine kind of like this. Other people hold it more of a pencil style. Who is to say that somebody doing it like this is incorrect, or the way that I'm doing incorrect? It does not matter. You do what feels most comfortable to you. I yarn over like this. Some people will yarn over using their hand. Again, that is what is comfortable to them. So it doesn't matter. This is how I learned to crochet. I've been crocheting for 40 years. I learned from my mom and my grandma, and it's just kind of what is ingrained in me. But there's nothing that says what I'm doing is right and what you're doing is wrong. So that's a beautiful part about crochet that I love, is there's so many different ways to do things, and just see people's unique different styles. And maybe I can watch somebody's live and pick something up that I've never learned before, watch a YouTube, right, and get some more information. So in the corner here, we're doing 2 half doubles, chain 2, and then I'm going to do 2 more half doubles right into this corner. And again, I'm going to go right back to working in the back loop and the third loop with a half double the rest of the way around this square here. And we're almost done with this little square. So coming up to the end, I'm going to have one more row to go after this. Thank you for the new followers. I have seen new followers popping up here over on TikTok. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you have found me and found our little group here. For those that don't know, my name is April, and I come on live every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday mornings. Today, I'm not at work. I have a job that I do. I'm not a full-time crocheter. And so normally I'm on from 7 to 8:30, and then I hop off and go to work. But today I don't have to work. I'm off for the holiday. And so I took this opportunity. I came on at 8, and I've just been making these little Valentine squares. And so I'm on a little later today. So I know some new people are finding me. I don't know if I'm still hitting the FYP. We were hitting it pretty good this morning. There was a lot of new people popping on. So anyhow, if you found me on the For You page over on TikTok, the FYP, I'm glad you're here. And I hope everybody had a wonderful holiday. And some of you are still celebrating Hanukkah, and other, some people don't celebrate at all. That's fine too. So I hope everybody's having a great holiday season though. So I finished the last half double here, and I'm going to slip stitch over into the corner. So just go into this loop here, drag it through, and now I'm back to the corner. So kind of flatten this little guy back out, kind of gets a little squished up when I'm working on it, but they will flatten back out. And if we look at our example here, I've done now what is I consider a stabilizing row, is what I call it. But I do a row of single crochets the entire way around my square. Now you don't have to do this. I just like to do this to provide kind of some consistency, especially when I've done a lot of texture like this. It helps kind of iron it out, lay it flat, however you want to say that. And so it kind of helps get it more flattened out, if you will. So the way that I do this is immediately I'm going to do a single crochet into the corner. Then I do a chain two, and then I do another single crochet. And now I'm going to just place a single crochet the entire way around. And I'm going to try to breeze through this pretty fast, guys. There's not a whole lot to explain or talk about, but again, this row is completely optional. You don't have to do this. Now, after I get off the live today, I'm going to, take a little break, and then I'm going to make one of these squares and film myself making it and do the voiceover thing and have a full tutorial both on TikTok and on YT. And I am live both on both platforms now. I suspect these mics are going to kind of give out in a little bit. I've been on since 8 o'clock this morning, so I do have a backup mic, but my voice seems to be holding out okay. So we'll see. I I don't. Let's see. Anvil said it's been awesome getting to spend so much time. April. Yeah, normally I don't get to spend as much time. I always feel kind of rushed towards the end. Now, when daylight savings time kicks in, when I had 2 hours, that was a comfortable amount of time. But with daylight savings time, now that there's only an hour difference between me and Arizona, it makes it really kind of hard. I only get an hour and a half on the live, and it feels like not enough. So um, I'm looking forward to going back, but we have a while before. I don't know when daylight savings time goes back off, but I liked it when I could do 2 hours in the morning. I'm not liking it as much when I do only an hour and a half. It makes it hard to explain stuff. I feel like I'm on constantly saying like, what time is it? Do I have more time? And you guys are always letting me know like how close it is to being time for me to go to work. So today is kind of a nice, more relaxed, fun day, I think. And so I'm really enjoying it. And like I said, I've stayed on a lot longer than I normally do. And 67,000 likes, that is like a new record for me. I know that's a new record. I've never hit 100,000. I think the most I've ever gotten is like 52,000 likes over here on TikTok. So thank you guys all for sending the hearts flying up the screen. I know a lot of you have been with me for a while. And thanks for hanging in and chatting with me today. But I hope you guys all have had a great holiday. I'm really enjoying these heart squares. They're a lot of fun, and it's just something kind of new and different. So I always enjoy doing those. But we still have 57 people watching, so I'll. I know we had a lot more earlier in the live, so it's kind of tapered off a bit, but that's okay. Is there anybody new here that wants to see me do another square? I think I have it in me to do one more, but honestly, after one more, I don't know if I can do another. So, is there anybody? Show of hands. Uh, do you want to see another full round of the heart square? Because I think I have one more in me. I think my voice will hold up. I've been talking for a long time now, but if you want to see it, let me know, and I will do. I'll stay on and do one more, and maybe we can get to 100,000. Wouldn't that be crazy? 100,000 likes. I've never in my wildest dreams believed that we could maybe even remotely get to 60,000, let alone something lofty like 100. Who knows? Um, but stranger things have happened. So, okay, lots of people are saying yes, please. They want to see another square. So no problem. I'm almost done with this single crochet, and then we'll do one from start to finish. And like I said, I'll have a tutorial of this as well. If not fully finished today, by tomorrow. I don't have to work tomorrow either, and I'm not coming on live until 1 o'clock tomorrow. I'm kind of doing it at a different time tomorrow, just for the fun of it. And I'm going to be working on a different project tomorrow. I work on a different project every day, so it'll be kind of fun. I'm going to do the Hugs and Kisses baby shower blanket tomorrow by Mikey at the Crochet Crowd. It'll be a fun day. Okay, so I'm going to snip off, and tomorrow I'm doing an aqua blue. I don't have it next to me. I have it over on the other couch. But it'll be pretty yarn tomorrow too. I'm going to use the Lion Brand yarn. So there's our red heart that we just finished from start to finish on the live. Really, really cute. So here are some other color options. If you guys have not been with me the whole time, we did a pink. We're going to do this pink next, okay? And then we did a light pink. Here's kind of a medium pink. I don't have any more of this yarn by me. This yarn is the Ombre yarn, the Red Heart Ombre. You can see it here. It started here. And so this is the colorway Jazzy. This is part of it. I had a leftover ball of it, so I used that. And then here's another red one. So we've got 5 of them now. How exciting. Okay, so let me get repositioned here. So we're going to do start to finish here, folks. If you guys are just hopping on, today I am using Red Heart Super Saver. Nothing fancy. This is a 4-weight acrylic yarn. It's considered a medium weight yarn. And I am using a size I9 hook, which is what the yarn calls for, in a 5.5 millimeter hook. Okay, so again, nothing fancy. This colorway is called Pretty in Pink, and it is a pretty pink. So this project I'm doing is a great uh, yarn buster, stash buster, if you will. If you've got lots of scraps of pretty colors, you could do, I mean, I think these could be green, blue, purple, orange, you name it. You could do lots of beautiful squares. So I just had some pink here. This was a leftover scrap that I had. I had some leftover red I incorporated in. I thought it felt like Valentine. So anyhow, we're going to do pink now for our first for our next square. Let's see. Yeah, a lot of people are still coming on. So we're going to make one of these little hearts. Okay, this is how it started. So what I wanted to do when I was making these squares, let me pull out a pink one here. I wanted to make a square where the heart applique was dimensional on the square. And so normally a lot of people make these little hearts, but what you do is you'll take them and then you'll sew them as an applique to whatever you're making. It might be an amigurumi, right? Maybe it has a little heart on it, or maybe it has, a little hat and you're adding a heart to the hat or something. And you would just go and kind of whip stitch this and stitch it to your work. What I have done instead, I wanted a dimensional heart that kind of lifted off the blanket a little bit, but was still in the form of a square. Now, forgive me, I've not woven in the ends. We did this on the live this morning. And so what I did is I created a framework on the back of the heart that I then was able to crochet the square around the heart, kind of into it, if you will. And so you can see here, I've got the stitch markers and we're going to go over this more as we do this, but this is kind of that framework that I'm talking about. So we have these little loops that I've made, and that is what allows us to attach this white and have this heart kind of look like it's floating off the blanket, okay, or off the square. So when I make these hearts, this is a very common heart. This is not my own creation. There's lots of these out here. You'll see them a lot of times. But we start with a magic ring. And when I first started making these hearts, in my mind, I wanted to work here from the very bottom of the heart and work my way around this way. It's actually opposite. So as you look at this heart, the way I'm going to be working this is I'm going to start here with the magic ring and I'm going to work my way around this way to the point and then back around back to the middle. Okay, so that's how we're going to work this. Just so you kind of have a visualization in your mind of where I'm going with this. Okay, so we start with a magic ring. Now, everybody makes their magic ring a little different. This is how I make my magic ring. Again, I don't know if it's right or wrong. I've watched a lot of different videos. None of them ever really sank in, but this is how I do mine. So I wrap my yarn around like I'm going to do a slip knot, and I bring a loop down that's crossed, and then I hold it here in my middle finger and my thumb. So I kind of have a loop here. Then I yarn over and I go down into that loop, and then I pull up another loop. So I have 2, and then I yarn over and pull through both loops. Okay, that is how I make my magic ring. That is how my brain works. And that I count as my first chain. And now I need 2 more. 2 and 3. Okay, so there is our chain of 3. Now I'm going to then put 3 treble crochets right into this magic ring. So I wrap my yarn around twice. Other people will call this a triple crochet. Treble crochet, triple crochet, they are the same thing. I think the new generation calls them more of a triple. Old schoolers like me, we learned by calling them trebles, but it's the same thing. So we wrap our yarn around twice, go down into that loop, grab up a loop, yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2. So that's our treble crochet. And I'm working over this tail. So I'm working around this loop and also around this tail. So I need 2 more of the treble crochets. Again, this is the side of our heart, if you can visualize that. So this is the very center of our heart. Here is the rounded corner. I'm working down towards the V. So I need to get smaller now. And I'm going to do 2 double crochets as we work down towards the point of the heart. Now I'm at the very center of the heart and I need to do a treble crochet. So again, wrap my yarn around twice, right down into that center ring, grab up a loop, yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2. So there is half our heart. This is the very center point. Now I'm going to work the other half of the heart back up and around, and I'm going to go in reverse. So here we had the 2 doubles. I'm going to do the 2 doubles now as well. Here's number 1. Let me pull out some yarn here, guys, so I'm able to move this here. Okay, and here's number 2 double crochets. Okay, now again, I need to do 3 treble crochets as we work our way back around the heart. There's 1, here's 2, and here is 3 treble crochets. So you can see here, this is the point of our heart. Here's the top. Now you'll remember when we first did this, we did a chain of 3. We need to mirror that on this side. So I'm going to chain 3. 1, 2, 3. Now our chain is floating out here. I need to attach it back to the center here of our ring. So I go down into the magic ring, draw up a loop, and I want to keep this flush. So all I'm going to do is a slip stitch. I'm going to take this loop here and I'm going to put it under this one. And then I'm going to kind of pull this up tall. Normally, if you were doing this heart, your heart would be completed. I'm going to close the magic ring. I'm not going to snip off though, because we're not done with this yarn here. Okay. So I've closed my slip stitch and cinched everything up. And here is our little heart. And now I'm going to, again, here is our loop here. We're going to be working back in this loop. Now, here's the thing, guys. Normally, I would weave in this tail later on. As you're doing these hearts, once you have attached it to this square, it's really hard to go back and weave in your ends. So it's critical at this point. I'm going to take the time to go ahead and weave in my end. Normally, I don't do that on the live because it takes a lot of time. And it's just kind of a nuisance on the live, but it is necessary. So I'm definitely going to take the time to do it. So I use my little darning needle and I'm just going to weave in this tail all around the heart. So just kind of weave it in, and then I'm going to snip it off and get it out of our way so we have a clear work path. And like I said, I just go around a couple times. This is already pretty secure because of the magic ring, but I do like to weave this in a couple times and just make it even more secure just so it doesn't come apart. Okay, so now I'm going to snip this off and get that tail out of the way. Okay, so now what we need to do, this little heart here, we're going to set it up so that we have the framework to be able to come back and attach this white yarn and turn this from a heart into a square that is attached to the heart. So you can kind of see here, a square has 4 sides. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4 corners where we have worked the white yarn. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my heart to the back. And I'm going to position some stitch markers to indicate where I need to put these attaching chains. So I'm going to take my stitch marker here, and this is the top of the heart. I'm going to go the next stitch down, and I'm just going to pop a stitch marker here as an identifier so it helps me to know where I am going. Okay, now here is the top chain of 3. Again, into the second one here, I'm going to yeah, Amy, I'm still on. There was a lot of votes for me to do another heart, so I'm still here, going strong. My voice hasn't given out. So thanks for coming back, and thanks, guys. Amy's a subscriber. We have quite a number of subscribers, so I appreciate the support on my unusual time here today. Now, here is the very center of our heart. You can see that was that treble stitch we did. I'm going to put a stitch marker, one to the left and one to the right. So again, pop one of these in here. This is just an identifying marker so that I know where I'm going to put this little foundation chain. Thank you guys all for all of the hearts that are flying up the screen. I appreciate that. And I see lots of new followers coming on. So good morning. I hope everybody's having a fabulous, what day is it? I've kind of lost time with the holiday. Are we on? It's Thursday, right? Today's Thursday. I think it's Thursday. So anyhow, now we've identified our little markers. So now you can see this loop here is kind of to the front of my work. I need to get it more towards the back. So I'm going to cinch this down a little tighter, and I'm going to turn my heart to the back. It'll naturally want to go that way for you once you cinch up that loop. Now you can see we have our stitch markers here. What I want to do, I don't want to put my chain out here to the very edge. I want to work my chain very close here to the center so that when it's on the back, it's not way out. It's very nice and uniform in the middle here. Here's the little red one you can see. So very close to the center of the heart. So this stitch marker is telling me where I'm going to place this, but instead of way out here at the edge, I'm going to look towards the middle of this stitch, and you can kind of see there's some bars here as you work up towards the very center. I'm going to put my hook under these 2 bars, and I have to use my thumbnail to kind of get these to slide on. Sometimes they're really tight, but that's okay. We want this tight against our work. So you can see here, I'm under both those loops. I'm going to draw up a loop, and now I'm just going to do a slip stitch under that other one. Okay, so now I've moved from the top of the heart, and now I'm over on this stitch. I'm going to chain 2, and I'm going to look for my next stitch marker. So here it is. You can kind of pull this apart and see the stitch. Again, I don't want to work way out here at the edge. I want to look up towards the middle here and look for those 2 bars and slide my hook under those bars. And like I said, it's kind of tight. Sometimes I have to get my scissors. That's okay. I just kind of work it on there as best I can. Again, draw this up tight, yarn over and draw up a loop, and then draw through again and just do a slip stitch. Okay, so there is our first chain that we just made. You can kind of see it there. Now I'm going to chain 2. Thank you for the gifts. I heard we just hit the goal. Thank you so much. Amy, thank you for that. Now we're going to move to the next stitch. So I've chained 2. Again, looking towards the middle here. Look for those bars and slide your hook under those 2 bars. And oh boy, sometimes they're tight. That's all right. Just I'm always afraid I'm going to break my nail trying to do that. But that you want it super tight like that. So don't get frustrated. Just kind of work it as best you can. And then again, I'm working my stitch through here, and then I'm going to do a slip stitch, chain 2, and move to the next stitch. I know it seems unreasonably tight. Like, why is she doing this? But you'll see here in just a minute. Okay. Now I'm going to again move to the next stitch here. It's way up here at the top. Again, looking towards these bars at the back of the stitch, and work myself. When you get up here to the top, it's a lot easier because these are treble crochets. The ones that are down there at the point of the heart are the ones that are super hard. And again, slip stitch, and now I chain 2. And now I'm right back here to where we first started. You can see here is the first chain that we did. So now I'm going to, again, slip my hook under this and I'm going to do another slip stitch and connect myself here to the very starting chain. And then I'm going to snip off. I'm going to cinch this up. Okay, and now I'm going to look at the back of the heart. So it kind of looks like, I'm not going to lie, a hot mess right now. You have to kind of pull these apart and kind of get this situated. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to take this stitch marker here and I'm going to move it under this chain that I made so that I can now identify the chain space. Okay, so I've moved it in. Now it's in that chain. Again, here's our next stitch marker. Again, move it down into that chain space. Here's number 3, move that into the third chain. And now the final one, I'm going to move here into the fourth chain. Okay, so now we have our 4 corners of our square marked. So as we look at the back of this square, you can see here's our 4 corners, here's our 4 corners, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, and it's worked into those chain spaces. So if we put the heart forward, you can see here's a corner, there's the chain, here's the corner, here was the chain we worked into. So it's very tight against this heart, but that is what helps keep the heart secure against the square. If you get these chains too big and floppy, then your heart is not going to sit flush against your square. So that is why we try to keep it nice and tight against there, uncomfortably so. If I don't mind saying so. Anyhow, let me. I'm going to weave in this end because again, the center heart here, it once you get this heart attached to the square, you're not going to have a lot of room to weave in these tails. It'll be really challenging. So I'm just going to put my tail on a darning needle, and then I'm going to weave it around the center of this heart, all the way around, 1 or 2 times, whatever you feel comfortable with, and just kind of get this tucked in and hidden out of the way. And then we can move on to the white. Did the rain stop? Are you guys still getting rain? Is it still raining, Amy, in Georgia? Our rain stopped. I can see it's just daylight out there now. I have the blind closed. If I keep the blind open during the light, it messes during the live, it messes up the light of the camera. It's so weird. Okay, so we've got this now woven in. I'm going to snip this off. That tail is now hidden. Guys, if my microphone dies, will you give me a shout and let me know? I'm surprised they're hanging on as long as I've been on. Pretty good microphone, though. I got to say, I've been on since 8. Susan said it's raining in Indiana. Anvil, Anvil, where are you at? Are you in Pennsylvania? I know Macy's in Pennsylvania. You're not in Pennsylvania. Where are you at? I've drawn a blank. So there is our little foundation chain. And the back of our heart, here is what the front of the heart looks like. Indiana. Susan and Anvil are both in Indiana. Not too far. So now we're going to get the white, okay? And I'm going to start with a slip knot on my hook. And we're going to be working into this chain space. Now here's a public service announcement, if you will. I do this all the time, and so I'm giving you a heads up. Because I just made this chain structure on the back of the heart, I instinctively want to go right to the back and start doing the white, and I end up having to rip it out. We have to turn our work. Make sure when you do your heart, you're working on the pretty side of the heart, not the back. Sorry, guys, let me get a drink. My voice is starting to go. This is going to be definitely the last heart that I make today, the last heart square, because I'm starting to fizzle now. Okay. So what I'm going to do with the heart facing me, I look for the stitch marker that's closest to the center of the heart here. And I'm going to remove that stitch marker. So here you can see there's that chain space that I'm going to be working into. Okay, and I'm going to do, if we look here in our corners, we have, just like you do a granny square, Nothing fancy. 3 double crochets, chain 2, 3 double crochets, and I'm going to go into that space that we made right there. Okay. If you can't do a standing double crochet, just tie on and do a chain of 3. But I'm going to do a standing double crochet right into this space. That's number 1 double crochet. Here's 2 and 3. Now we need a chain of 2. Now right into this same chain space, don't move anywhere. You need the other half of your corner. So we're going to do 3 double crochets right into that chain space. Okay, so there is our first corner, just like you would do a double crochet. Really, really easy. Michaela said the clouds are really low here in Missouri. Brewing something up. Yeah, it's brewing up a storm probably. Okay, so there's our first corner. So now I'm going to put this next side of the heart down. Here's our next stitch marker. You can see now why I put these in there. Makes it really easy for me to identify these spaces. So there's our little chain I'm going to work into. You don't do any chains or anything. You just move into this next space. And again, we're going to do 3 double crochets. That's half our corner. Now we need chain 2. Now right into this same chain space, we're going to do 3 more double crochets. And again, it is kind of tight, but that's by design. Okay, so there's our second corner. Can you see a little square is forming now? Half of it's done. Again, move this little heart out of your way, move to the next stitch marker, pop this guy out. And now here's our next space. We're going to work same thing, 3 double crochets. Here's number 2 and 3. Chain 2. And now into this same space, we're going to do 3 double crochets. So this is the second half of our corner. So you're going to work that into each of these 4 spaces. So you can see now you've got 1 corner here, 1 corner here, 1 corner here. Last stitch marker. This is our number 4 corner. Same thing. 3 double crochets right into the corner. This tail kind of gets in my way sometimes. Just move him to the side. Chain 2. And now again, into this space, 3 double crochets. My dog is chewing on his bone. If you guys hear crunching, it's the dog. He got a new antler, a deer antler for Christmas. He was so cute opening his stocking. So anyhow, he's up from his nap now and he's chomping on his bone. If you hear chomping, it's not me, it's the dog. So anyhow, here's our little heart, okay? And he'll flatten back out, but you can see now here is our square shape that we've made. So I'm going to slip stitch. I need to work myself over here into the corner. So I just move carefully with a slip stitch over into the corner, just as if I would do a granny square. Okay, so there is our first round of the white. And again, here's what it looks like on the back. Really nice and clean. No stitching of the heart. The heart is kind of free floating there, not an applique that is stitched onto the blanket. Okay, so if we look at our next round here, we're going to be working with white again. Ignore this pink up here. We're going to do that on the next round. Right now we need to focus. This is the round we just did here. We're going to focus on this round next. So in the corner here, we're going to do 2 double crochets, chain 2, 2 double crochets. Then into the top of each of these stitches, I'm going to do a double crochet. There's a total of 6 of them on each side. And so here we go into the corner. I'm going to start with a chain of 3. That counts as my first double crochet. Now I'm going to do another double crochet, chain 2. Now into that same corner space, I'm going to do 2 more double crochets. That's our corner for all the sides. Now into these stitches here along the top, I'm going to just do a double crochet the whole way around, and there are 6 on each side. Here's number 3, 4, 5, and 6. And now we're back to the corner again. So again, in the corner here, just move this heart out of the way so you can see your corner, and 2 double crochets, chain 2, and now rest of your corner here, we need 2 more double crochets. So there's half of our side there. So there's the corner, 2, chain 2, and then 2 double crochets. Again, we're going to do double crochet in the top of each of these stitches along the side, and there's a total of 6 of those on each of the sides. And almost back to the corner. Here's number 6. Now we're into the corner here. We're going to do 2 double crochets, chain 2, and now 2 double crochets. Okay, now we're going to start working the third side here. Randa said, I can't wait for you to make the video because I won't remember this. Seriously though, I made 2 of these. I made these 2 like, I don't know, maybe a month and a half ago. And this morning I was sitting here going, what the heck did I do? It was one of those moments where it's like I should have made a video for myself at that time. And so anyhow, I kind of had to figure it out. But luckily I was able to figure out what the heck I did. I come up with these ideas in my sleep. I don't know why. Sometimes in the middle of the night, I'm like, I should make a heart granny square, you know? And so then I get up that morning. This is where it started. This was my envision of a heart square. I thought, oh, I should make a hexagon with the hearts. That would be cute. But I don't really like this. I didn't like it. So anyhow, you guys have seen, I do a lot of brainstorms like this, and I'll scrap this, you know, whatever. But this is how it was in my brain. And then I modified it, and then I came up with this, which I like this better. It's cleaner. Hexagon is not as hard to work with. I like it. I like squares better. So anyhow, that's kind of where I ended up with it. But yeah, I come up with these things in my brain at night, and then I like wake up and I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to do this heart square or whatever it is, you know. And so it just kind of comes to me, and then I'll make it and I'll throw it to the side because I'm not ready to do anything with it. You know, it wasn't time for Valentine's Day, but for whatever reason, I was just thinking about Valentine's squares. And so if I don't get it out and create it, then I'll lose it. And sometimes there's a big time difference that passes from the time that it comes out of my brain and gets, you know, to this stage before I actually come on live and show it to you guys or actually make anything with it. I still haven't made anything with the beaded hexagon. Um, you know, I made that a while ago. I think I released the video finally because I was like, I have the video, but I haven't made anything with it. So, you know, whatever. So now I'm just going to work myself into the corner, and now I'm going to snip off. I'm done with this white yarn for now. Okay, and cinch this up. So now we have, you're going to have to flatten this out, right? Get a little squirrely as I'm working on it, but we have our heart, and the white is forming our square. So if we look at our example here, now what we're going to do is we're going to be coming back with the pink color. I'm using the same color. You could mix these all up, guys. If you want to do different colors, it's totally fine. It doesn't matter. There's no have to do something a certain way. That's the beautiful part about crochet. So what I'm going to do here is we did 2 half doubles in the corner, chain 2, and then 2 half doubles. Then what we did, you can see this line of pink here and here. This is formed by doing a back post half double crochet. So that's what I'm going to do here and create this little pink line of delight. Lots of fun texture in this square. So I'm going to start again with a slip knot on my hook. I ended here in this corner. I'm going to pick any other corner and go into that. I like to do that so that way it keeps my work square. I'm going to do a standing half double into this corner. Now, if you can't do a standing half double, you could tie on here and do a chain of 2. And we need another half double in this corner. Chain 2. And now we need 2 more half doubles into the corner. So there is our corner stitch. 2 half doubles, chain two, two half doubles. Now, normally when you work a half double crochet, because that's what I'm going to work the whole way around here, you would work in the top of this stitch under the front loop and the back loop, these two bars. What we're going to do instead is we're going to work around the post of the stitch. The post is this part down here of the stitch. And the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to wrap my yarn around. I'm going to put my work forward and look for the stitch, the post, and I'm going to slide my hook underneath. Then I'm going to grab up a loop. Then I'm going to yarn over and pull through all three. That is your back post half double crochet. I'm getting a little tongue tied. I've been on live for too long, I think. This is going to be my last square. So thanks everybody for hanging in there with me. I appreciate it. Hey, Vicki, I hope you had a wonderful Christmas too. How are your birds doing? Vicki is my friend up in Pennsylvania. So anyhow, now we're going to yarn over. Again, put your work forward, slide your hook underneath the post, grab up a loop, and then yarn over and pull through all three. And we're going to do that around all of the posts on all the sides. So we're just going to keep doing that all the way around until we work ourselves back to the corner. Now, as you guys get better at your back post, you'll be able to do these a lot quicker. And I'll slow down a couple more times as we're doing this and walk through this again. But these back posts, they do take a lot of practice. This did not come easy to me. I've been doing these for a number of years now, and I'm able to do them, not super fast, but fast enough, right? And so it leaves this really cool line of texture below. It leaves the color in the back, and it pushes this white forward and adds that little dimension. So now here we are to the corner, and I'm going to do a half double in the corner, two half doubles, again, chain two, and then two half doubles. Okay, so now we are here again working along the side, and we're going to go back to doing our back post half double crochets. So let me put a couple in here, and then we'll kind of slow this down, and I'll show you guys again how I'm doing this. But like I said, I kind of do it a little bit dramatic when I am showing the step-by-step on the live, just for those that have never done this stitch before. And so what we're going to do is yarn over. Now, instead of working in the top of the stitch here, we're going to work around this post, but we're going to do it from the back. And this is called a back post half double crochet. So again, put your work forward, go underneath the post, yarn over, grab up a loop, and then yarn over and pull through all three. Yarn over, put your work forward, slide your hook underneath the post, grab up a loop, yarn over, pull through all three. Again, we're just going to keep doing those the whole way around. So back post, half double for this round. And guys, I will have a full-length tutorial of this. I just still have to make it, but I'm going to hop off the live, take a break, regain my voice, and then I'll work on that. So hopefully by tomorrow I'll have a video for you guys. You can bookmark it when you're ready to make some heart squares. You can come back and refer to it. But again, in the corners, we have two half doubles, chain two, two half doubles, and now continue working the back post all the way around. We have two more sides of this to do. So I'll show one more time here how to do these back posts real slow if you're just learning. So again, wrap my yarn around. I kind of hold it here and control this, put my work forward, go underneath the post, grab that loop up. Now we have three loops, yarn over, pull through all three. Wrap my yarn around, put my work forward, slide that hook underneath the post, grab up a loop, yarn over, pull through all three. Again, put your work forward, slide right underneath, grab that loop up, yarn over, pull through all three. So just take some practice, but it really is a fun way of adding texture to your project. And I think it looks really fun with these little heart squares. I really like it. Now, guys, if you don't feel comfortable doing the back post the way that I'm doing it, you don't have to scrap this project and say, oh, I can't do this square. Okay, I do consider this kind of more of an intermediate project. But what you could do is you could just go in the tops of these and just do a half double. Okay, it'll give you a different look to your square. But if you can't do the post work, that's fine. Just go in the top and put the color in that way, right? Um, it's no problem if you do that. You'll still have fun, like color variation. You might not have as much texture, but it still will look very nice. So if you see this and you say, oh, that's outside my skill level, uh, it's outside your skill level maybe today, but in 6 months, you might be able to do the post work. A year from now, you might be able to do the post. And if you can't for now, just substitute with something that you do feel comfortable with. And it's totally fine. There's nobody going to tell you that what you're doing is wrong, or I'm not going to say, well, you didn't follow the pattern. I don't care. I don't really work off patterns. You do what feels most comfortable to you. And that is the beautiful part about crochet is you are the yarn artist and you can do whatever your heart desires. And that's how come crochet is so beautiful for everybody. So again, I'm just going to join with a slip stitch over here into the corner with my pink, and I'm going to snip off. We are officially all done with the pink. We have 2 more rounds to go on this square. Anvil said these are perfect to practice back post on. That is very true. There's lots of they're not too big, so it's not overwhelming. If you are messing up, you can rip it out. But here's what our little heart square looks like now. So there's again the little heart, and the corners kind of look like little hearts once you kind of get the white on it. So now what we're going to do is we're going to come back with our white, and again we're going to do another whole row of half double crochets. Corners are the same: 2 half doubles, chain 2, 2 half doubles. Then what we're going to do is we're going to do half double crochets into each of the stitches in the back loop only. So this little line of texture that you see here, that little ridge, that is the front loop that we're not going to work into. So we're going to work in the back loop only. And the other thing I'm doing is I'm working in the third loop as well. And I'll show you how I'm doing this. You don't have to work in the third loop, but this is what I like to do just to make mine a little more secure. So again, I'm going to start with a slip knot on my hook, pick a different corner. I ended here. We'll pick this one this time. Why not? I'm going to start with a standing half double. Again, if you can't do that, just start with a tie on here in the corner and then do a chain of 3. There's our second half double, chain 2, and now we need 2 more half doubles into this corner here. Okay, now when I do my half doubles like this, I do not go into this first stitch. This is the first stitch. I actually skip that stitch and I work into the second stitch here. Normally when you do your half doubles, you would work under both of these loops. Okay, so every stitch when you do it, it has this loop that's facing me. This is the front loop, and it has the loop that is in the back. This is the back loop. Normally you would go under both those. We're going to go under the back loop only and leave this front one behind. That'll leave that row of texture. So the way that I do this is I yarn over and then I go under that back loop, draw up a loop, and then yarn over and pull through all 3. Do that again. Yarn over, go under the back loop, draw up a loop, yarn over, pull through all 3. That is technically the back loop, your half double in the back loop, okay? One of the things that I dislike is, do you see how these stitches are pulling up really tall when I kind of tug on them? And it makes these kind of big gaps, if you will, in the work. You can kind of get those to go back down. But that is something that I do not like. The thing that's really amazing about the half double stitch, some of you may know this, it actually has what is called the third loop. So I turned my square to the back. Here you can see, here are the top loops of the stitch. if you look at the side here on the back, you can see there is another loop here. This is what is referred to as the third loop of your half double crochet. So remember, all these pink stitches we did were half doubles. So instead of going, I'm not going to go in the front loop, which this is because I've reversed it. I'm working in this stitch here, but I'm going to reach down and I'm going to grab what is called the third loop, and I'm going to work this new stitch under both of these to make it stronger so that you see, we're going to go around both of these essentially. And again, you don't have to do this, but the way that I do this, normally when I do a crochet stitch, I kind of put my hook perpendicular to my project as I'm going in. So my hook sits like this. When I do these in the back loop and third loop, I kind of go more at an angle that's like this. Okay, so my hook is kind of more up in the air. But you can see here, I've slid under, this is the back loop. Here is the third loop that resides, it kind of sits here on the side. If I turn it, you can kind of see it here. So that's what I'm catching. And then I yarn over and pull up a loop, and then I yarn over and pull through all three. So you can see if I pull on this, do you see how this one is sitting tight to the work and these two are kind of out here with the big gaps? This is what I don't like, and so I'm eliminating that. So I'm going to pull these out. I just did those as an example, and I'm going to go under the back loop, but I'm also going to catch the third loop. So here you can see there's the back loop, here's the third loop. Then I yarn over and pull through all three. Okay, so that's how I'm logistically kind of doing these stitches. And I'll do a few of them. We'll kind of work our way along here. But again, I'm kind of going at a different angle than I normally do. I'm kind of putting my hand more like vertical. So it's like this rather than like this. And that helps you to catch that stitch very easily. Now, the reason why I'm doing this in the back loop and the third loop is I'm leaving behind this row of texture here on the front of my project. So that's the whole point of why we're doing it, if you're wondering. So I hope that helps to explain it. Thanks everybody for hitting their screen and sending the hearts flying. I know I've been on for a really long time today. We have 81,000 likes. I know that is a new all-time record for me. So thank you guys all so much for the support. I have been on since 8 o'clock. This is going to be the last square that I do because my voice is starting to go, and so I'm going to have to have a little potty break and let my voice kind of recover. But I just wanted to thank everybody for hopping on today and joining me here on the live. I hope you've enjoyed this little heart Valentine square. It's a lot of fun to make, and like I said, I'll have a tutorial later. But anyhow, I hope everybody's having a great week, and welcome to all the new followers. I've seen lots of them popping up here, so thank you guys all so much for all the support. So here in the corner, I did two half doubles, chain two half doubles. Now again, I'm going to move right to the next row here, this side, and I'm going to do the same thing. I've got a hair here. I'm shedding. I have long dark hair. I don't want this hair in here. I got to pull this out. I don't, sorry. I don't know who's worse, me or the dog. I don't know where that hair is at. Hopefully I got it out of there. I can't see it. It's being stealthy, but it's definitely there. Don't you guys hate that? I'm sure everybody's had that happen. There it is. I see it. Get this out of here. I don't want it all wrapped around. Sorry. So gross. Okay, I got it. Ugh. Sorry, y'all. It happens, right? I'm sure you all can relate. It happens. Us girls, we like to shed. I know men do too, but their hair is a lot of times short and it doesn't impact the projects and stuff. So one thing when I'm doing these half doubles, technically the first stitch is right here under these. When I'm doing the half doubles, because I like to work in the third loop, I skip this stitch here and I do not include it. I go right to the second stitch and then I do my half double under the back loop and third loop that way. So I don't think it matters when I'm doing this. The squares are still nice and square by skipping that stitch. As long as I'm consistent with it, all my squares will match up at the end of the day when I go to sew these together. And if they don't line up exact, I'll just fake it, make them line up. But for the most part, they all line up. I can't say that I'm perfect every time. Betty, I will be making a full crochet tutorial of this as well. I just have to still do it. So you guys will see that soon. Hey, Sarah, have a great day. Thanks for popping on today. I appreciate having you here. And for everybody who's still on watching me, I know a lot of people have gotten off. There's only so many times you can watch me talk about this little heart square, but I know we have some new people watching as well. So there was a few people who wanted to see it again. And so here we are, but I'm getting close to the end now, folks. And again, thank you all so much for the support today. And if you guys were with me um, uh, earlier this week, I really appreciate it. Thanks again for all the support about my dad passing. It's really nice. There are such kind comments. You guys are truly amazing, and I really appreciate it. So here in the corner, we have 2 half doubles, chain 2 half doubles. And now again, we're going to skip this first stitch and I go right into the second. And I'm just going to continue working these half doubles with the line of texture. And guys, as you're working this square, as it'll get kind of wadded up like this, it'll all flatten itself back out. So don't worry about that if it starts getting kind of wonky on you. Once we sew these together, it's going to look really nice and they'll kind of stretch out even more. Now, if you had a blocking board, you could block all these squares too. And I typically don't block my stuff. I do have a blocking board, but I'm too lazy. So if you're a diligent crocheter, they will always tell you that blocking is a really great way to kind of get things flattened out. And again, I'm kind of a lazy person, so I a lot of times will not block my stuff, but for sure these would look nice if you blocked them. They would lay really nice and flat. I would love to see them blocked, but I'll tell you right now, I'm not going to block anything. So uh, I'm pretty lazy. Lady Q said I'm not block. I don't block either. Yeah, like I said, I have a blocking board. I have a blocking mat. There have been times where I have blocked stuff, but if I can get away without blocking it, you better know I'm not blocking it. I'm I do too many projects and stuff to be slowed down with that. And so I flatten them out as best I can. And eventually with time, they all kind of iron themselves out. And then when I sew them together, they're pretty flat anyhow. So that's for me. Oh, the mic quit. Okay, I have a backup mic here. Let me get this. Okay, I'm back. Can you guys hear me? Do I need to plug it in? I have a backup mic here. Hey, Shauna. Uh, hey, Carol, can you guys hear me? Are we good? Can you hear me now? Hopefully it's back working. I'm just is anybody watching over on YT? It says there's 4 watchers. I don't know if that mic is still going. Yeah, it is. Is anybody still watching on YT? If you're still watching on YT, I'll leave it on. If you are just being there to support me and you're watching me on TikTok, I can shut it down as well. But let me know over on YT if you guys are still watching me. Um, but hey, Shauna. So my friend Carol, you guys know Mama C. Her daughter is visiting her from Ohio, and she just said that Shauna is on the. She's there with Carol. So Merry Christmas, Shauna. I'm glad you're there with your mom. That's very cool. And I heard Damien's there too. So very very cool that you guys got to spend Christmas together. I think that's awesome. So love you, sis. Sean and I used to hang out a lot in Arizona, but neither one of us live in Arizona anymore. So our lives have kind of gone different directions. But we hung out there for a number. And Carol and I, of course, we've always hung out. And we worked together. So it's such fun to have everybody come together while I crochet. Who would have thought it, right? So anyhow, we've finished with this round of white now, and you can see we've left behind this row of texture here, which is really cool. So now we just have one row left. And this is what I like to call the stabilizing row. We've done a lot of texture here on this square. And so what I do is I like to just come back with a little row of single crochets. It helps kind of keep everything nice and square as we are finishing this out. Helps to kind of flatten things out. That way when we go to sew all these little hearts together, we'll have nice finished edges. Okay. So again, this is an optional row. You don't have to do this, but it's certainly something that I have started doing in the last few years, and I really think it makes a difference. So I start with a single crochet in the corner, then I chain 2, and then I do another single crochet. So I keep it very simple in the corner. And then into each stitch as I go around, I just am going to put in a little row of single crochets. And so just go into every stitch along the top and just kind of give this a nice finished edge. Like I said, this is optional. You don't have to do this. You may feel like your squares are good the way they are. You may want to make these squares bigger. This square is a 5-inch square. If you want to go bigger, you could just add another row of double crochets. You could add another row of half doubles all the way around. However you want to do that, you could totally modify this. There's nothing that says you have to be ending it now. I just thought that a 5-inch was kind of it's a pretty standard size for a granny square. And so it's a nice size to kind of finish up with. Shauna said, April crocheted my daughter's blanket, baby blanket 22 years ago. Um, I can't believe, number one, I can't believe that your daughter is 22. And yeah, I can't believe it's held up for 22 years. But the blanket that I did back then for Shauna's daughter, it was really pretty. It was kind of the yarn that I used. I happen to have some of it here. It was this Bernat baby coordinates that I like, but instead of pink, it was lavender and white. And so that's the blank. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure. I'm 99% sure. It was this Bernat baby coordinates, which they don't make this yarn anymore. Now Hirschner's has this same type of yarn, and you can get a lavender, and that's what I made her daughter's blanket with. But it's a really pretty yarn. I used the white and the lavender, and it was really, really pretty. So yeah, I really enjoyed making that blanket, but I can't believe it's been 22 years ago. And I guess the other thing that I think is amazing too, as I look back and think about it, um, the skill level that I have today with my crochet, the amount that I've grown and learned since the time that I made that blanket is just amazing. How much growth I've had personally with my crocheting, and so the things that I'm making today, I still occasionally will make that same blanket that I made back then. It had like little flowers. So it was a granny square blanket, but the little center looked like a flower. And then I did the white around it. And it was just very delicate. I actually put one of those in the fair, not this year, the year before, the blue blanket. It was blue and pink, that same yarn, because I still have some of that yarn. I always had it on hand. And it got first place, not this year, but the previous year in the county fair. So it was a nice blanket, that I made back then. But yeah, Shauna said you're right. That's what it was. My other Shauna, Shauna Solomon, said we should get a picture on the Discord. Yeah, back then when I was doing things, I don't know what year it was, 20 years ago, but did we have cell phones 20 years ago? Maybe I had a BlackBerry. Taking pictures of that kind of stuff back then, I wasn't so good about it. I think with having iPhones now and all of that stuff, it's I do a better job today than I did 20 years ago of documenting the projects that I was working on to have them go back and look on and stuff. So Shauna says, and they were flip phones. Yeah, so like we weren't really doing a lot of pictures back then. We weren't posting them on MySpace. It wasn't like what we were doing. So I know I have to confess, I never had a MySpace, but I remember I did get my Book of Faces back in 2010, I think, is when I finally caved. Of course, I'm like anti Book of Faces now, but I still am on it. I haven't like shut it down, but you guys know I'm never on that. But yeah, I mean, 20 years ago, shoot, we might have been on MySpace back then. Anvil said I had a Motorola flip phone. My brother finally gave up his flip phone like 2 years ago. My brother's a contractor, and he's like, I'm never getting rid of my flip phone. I can drop this in a bucket of water. I can drop this in a bucket of cement. I can drop it off a roof, and this thing's still going to be going strong. I'm never giving up my flip phone. But of course, with technology, they made him eventually upgrade. But my brother was a holdout, man. I swear he had a flip phone until like 2 or 3 years ago. He was hardcore flip phone. It was pretty funny. And he was just like, I'm never getting rid of this thing. The whole screen was completely scratched. He used to take a picture, like he'd go fishing and send me a picture of the fish. You couldn't even hardly see the fish because the camera was so scratched up. It wouldn't even like hardly take a picture. It was like this cloudy blob. I'm like, what is this you're sending to me? Like, come on, dude. When are you going to get with the times? Anvil said I was the same way. That thing was a tank. Yeah, it was. It really was. So yeah, we've come a long way with technology and just in general. But I've finished the square now, guys. I'm just going to join with a slip stitch. And like I said, I've been on since 8 this morning, so I'm starting to get a little hoarse, and I need to be winding down here. But I will have a tutorial for you guys on this. I'll work on it a little later today. If I don't have it finished today, I'll have it. I'll have it soon for you. So anyhow, just kind of give your square a little tug. It'll come into shape, and there is our little heart that we made. So 84,000 likes today. I know that is a record on the live. I know we've had thousands of people stop by. So I just wanted to, thank you guys all again for the support. I hope you all have a Merry Christmas. If you are still traveling, please, please be safe. Shauna, I hope you have a safe trip home. Thanks for coming by the live. So very cool to see you. And I hope you enjoy your time with Carol. But to all of you guys that are still entertaining family and everything. I hope you really enjoy this time. After just losing my father Saturday, it's really important. And I don't want to talk about, I'm going to get all cry again, but, I've suffered a great loss this week and you guys have really helped me through this. So give your family a hug. Seriously. Time is short and appreciate the time that you have together and love each other because it does come to an end. And it's not that I'm not going to be thinking about my dad and all the great memories that we shared and everything. He was a truly wonderful man. And I'm very appreciative that he was, obviously that I was born and all of the things that he taught me. But hug your loved ones, seriously. And with that, I'm going to say goodbye. Bye for now.